Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching this from. Welcome to the 2025 edition of the UK Kart Race of Champions, live here from Butmore Park, courtesy of Tapes Up Productions. Thank you very much for joining us on what is a beautifully sunny day here at Butmore Park down in Chatham near Kent. We have got hundreds, literal hundreds of the UK, Europe's and America's best rental kart drivers who are here to compete for the crown of being the champion of champions in this yearly event. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic weekend. My name is Jacob Conlon. I'm going to be your commentator for this weekend. If you want my credentials, then I did race in this event last year, but didn't get very far. Hence why I've decided to hang up the helmet for this year and sit in the commentary booth. I'm going to run you through all of the racing that we've got this weekend. We've got 40 races throughout the course of this weekend's running, which is going to be hard, fast action for all of them. But we're going to start off today with the first set of heat races. All of these drivers have already had a practice session and a qualifying session. We're just seeing the very end of the last qualifying session this morning. Now, the format for the Kart Race of Champions is that this qualifying session that has just finished, or the qualifying sessions throughout this morning, have set the grid for the first heat of the day. Each driver is going to participate in 3 heats, and the grids for heats 2 and 3 are going to be predetermined. That means that of the 2 grid starts you are going to get, the first of the 2 grid starts, it will be roughly equal for everyone, so either you'll have a front and a back, or 2 roughly in the middle to keep it all fair. After all of the 3 heats have concluded, then all of the points will be jotted up, which will determine the people who are in each of the 5 finals in each category. So we're going to get 10 finals tomorrow afternoon, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. This event much bigger than it was last year, and just goes to show what an amazing job that Clinton Bell and the rest of his team have done in organising the event for this year. But we're just seeing the last of the qualifiers making their way into the pit lane, and we're going to have a quick refueling before we get underway with the first races of the day.
Okay, drivers, so that's the end of all the qualifications. We're now going to refuel the carts. Shortly, we'll be starting the heats.
those in the first 2 or 3 now all the time, isn't it? On the moon racing it. Trev was saying early on, 19's when someone that he knows won. Been out last time they went out, I watched them. It's just, it's still good at doing it.
It is.
It's almost really should be on a random draw.
Yeah.
So you don't know before.
How are you feeling?
Otherwise,
Owie.
you really go out there with the negative.
Take off.
You know you're going to get there, put your hand in, get a 17. That's the way it is. Look at the draw. And the fact is, not all our cars are equal, so it should be a random draw when you get there.
That's what I didn't look at.
Mine's up there again. Doing anything. Where it was, where was it? I think it was about 12, oh, 15. It's been for most of since January, he got 9th. It's gone backwards since then.
That's a strange one.
Yeah, but that's a little bit behind.
Takes some organising, doesn't it? It really does. So many Jay was in, was it
7
Sorry, mate.
Getting live stream this race.
Yeah, it is. Live on YouTube.
Hey drivers 3, 1, your carts are on the grid.
Well, welcome back again, everybody. We're about to get underway with the first heat of this year's Kart Race of Champions. Welcome, one and all, to all of you who have just joined us on the stream. We're here again from a very, very sunny Buckmore Park down in Chatham near Kent. Fantastic day's weather and actually a weekend's weather. It's looking like it's going to stay dry throughout the rest of this weekend. We've been very lucky the last couple of years with this event. British weather, you can never always guarantee on it to play to your favour, but it is going to this year. We're about to get underway with the first heat of the 30 heats that we are going to have over the next 2 days, and then the 10 finals after that, so plenty of racing is going to occur. As I've said before, these drivers, they've already had a practice session and a qualifying session so far this morning. The qualifying session, the role of that being to set the grid for the first of the 3 heats that the drivers are going to compete in. After that, the groups are going to be randomised, and the starting orders for each are going to be determined by equivalent matching. So let's say, for example, you're going to have a front start and a back start, and another person might have 2 middle starts. But this is, as I said, lightweight group number 1, and let's run through the results then from qualifying for this group. It was a dominant pole position from Thomas Ronhaar, who is an F1 esports driver for Kick Sauber, fought for the title with the eventual champion Jarno Opmeer right until the last event of the season. He is on pole by a dominant 4.5 tenths of a second in what is a very, very competitive field. To put that into perspective, 4.5 tenths between Thomas and Bobby McGurr in second place, and between Bobby and Bradley Philpott and David Metcalf down in 12th and 13th is another 4 tenths of a second. So it just goes to show that dominant margin that Thomas took pole position, but in this event you get no points for pole. All the points are through the heats, and then the points that are accrued through the heats will determine which of the 5 finals in each weight category there is going to be. This event much bigger than it has been in previous years over the course of the entire weekend instead of just 1 day's running. So absolutely a testament to Clinton Bell and his team, the organisers, for making it so inclusive for some of the best drivers, not only in the UK, but in Europe and the United States as well. Let's run through the rest of the grid then. Bobby McGurr, absolutely touted as one of the most promising up-and-coming young drivers, already has a British Indoor Karting Championship title to his name in 2023, racing in this event for the first time. Then we have Aldas Kava, otherwise known as Aldas from his YouTube channel, and Kieran Philpott in 4th. It seems like we are about to get underway, in fact, with the first race of the day. Marshall just at the front determining when we are going to go. But hopefully we can run through the rest of the grid quickly. We've got Jasper Stewart Staff, Scott Lawrence, Michael Marison, Sam May, James Kim, Blaze Turnsill, and Lawrence Cox are making up the rest of the top 10. Marshall walking off the grid. We are about to get underway, and we are go for the Kart Race of Champions in 2025. Good start from Bobby McGurr from second place. He's already taken first position into turns number 1 and 2, but all relatively well behaved. Bobby immediately goes defensive into turn number 3, challenging round there on the outside for second position. Big group heading down into the hairpin, but Bobby McGurr has taken that lead off of Thomas Ronhaar from the start, and he leads by a distance in this first lap. Side by side going through the chicane, actually going into the downhill part of the circuit, down towards the bottom of the hill. Oh, 3 wide there actually, going towards the bottom of the hill. But Bobby McGurr continues to lead. A little bit of a shape move there for third, as they continue to run 2 by 2. Expect to see some battling throughout the rest of this race. It just goes to show how competitive the grids are. Bobby McGurr actually under a little bit of pressure now heading down into turn number 1. Hopefully, and there we go, the live graphics. That's actually Aldas Kava who's having a little look. Aldas just coming off the back of a rookie class win in the Butmore Park 24-hour. He would have been very happy with that third position that he got in qualifying. Thomas Ronhaar slotting him behind in third. So it is McGurr from Kava, from Ronhaar, with Jasper Stewart Staff in fourth and Sam May in fifth. They continue to round down the hill. Excellent pace actually from Kava in the opening race, putting Bobby McGurr under some pressure side by side actually. A little bit of contact and they're going side by side again through through the Garda. Thomas Ronhaar trying to keep it stuck round the outside, but Aldas making that move as they continue to battle. I think that's Bradley Philpott who's side by side with another driver. They've changed the lead. Aldas Kava into the lead now. Bobby McGurr immediately looking back down the inside, not quite able to get it done. And Bobby McGurr under pressure not only from Aldas, as Aldas is going to try and go all the way around the outside of Bobby, but that's only going to lose him a couple of positions as Thomas Ronhaar takes the lead, it would seem, in this race. Thomas Ronhaar in that number 11, going from third to first in the space of just one corner. He's going to try and break away and use that qualifying pace, as we said, on pole position by 4.5 tenths of a second. If he can replicate that pace here during the race, it shouldn't be much of an issue. He actually fails to defend into Garda, doesn't really feel it's necessary, and the number 5 there of Aldas being shoveled wide. So Aldas going from first down to bottom of the top 5 and even out of the top 5 in the course of one lap. So it is Thomas Ronhaar who leads with Bobby McGurr in second. And Jasper Stewart Staff actually getting involved there as well. Thomas Ronhaar feeling the need to go defensive into hairpin 1. Is he going to stay defensive into hairpin 2? Yes, he is. Bobby McGurr all over the back of him, almost pushing him through hairpin 2. But we are going single file now through the chicane. Still just over 8 minutes left to go in this one, so plenty of time for this top 3. Now, if this top 3 were thinking logically, they would try and push away from the rest of this field here. But maybe these drivers too focused on just gaining positions, and down the inside goes Jasper Stewart Staff on Bobby McGurr. They're side by side. Bobby McGurr pushing him wide, keeping his foot in. Jasper not very happy with those drivers, but that has allowed Thomas Ronhaar to break away at the front of the field. New fastest lap of the race, first by Thomas and then by Aldas. But Aldas back up to fourth, and actually I think he's made that move. Or we're 3 wide actually. Sam May getting involved there with Kieran Philpott. The number 6 trying to keep their foot in. That's Jasper. But they're going 3 wide on the exit of the hairpin as well. Sam May all 4 wheels off the track as they go 3 wide, side by side through the chicane. That is a sequence of corners that you'd be lucky to go 2 wide through, let alone 3 wide. Absolutely electric start to this year's Kart Race of Champions. But Thomas Ronhaar, crucially, has broken away at the front of this field. Move to the inside for the number 17 of Kieran Philpott as he got that move done. Brad Philpott, unrelated, trying to make his way past as well. Thomas Ronhaar continues to lead at the front of this field. Gap 0.8 seconds, so he has got a sizable lead to the extent that he's not feeling the need to go defensive. One of the first drivers down into the 50s. Bobby McGurr trying to hang on, but it doesn't really seem like Bobby has the pace to match Thomas, even after taking the lead from him off the line. Aldas Kava, after falling down to the lower reaches of the top 5, now back up to third. He's pressuring Bobby McGurr, heading down into Garda. Not quite able to get the move there. But this is a fantastic event so far from Aldas. Like I said, just coming off the back of actually last year's rookie class winning team in the Butmore 24 hours. So he's got plenty of laps under this circuit, under his belt. New fastest lap of the race for Aldas actually, a 50.4. 4 tenths faster than McGurr and 2 tenths faster than Ronhaar. So Aldas does have the pace in this race if he can just get past McGurr. But a good defensive drive so far from McGurr. This is where Bobby needs to make a decision whether he continues to press after Thomas or if he's going to try and cut his losses and keep hold of this second place. Seems like Aldas does have the pace at the minute in this race. You can have a look down at the bottom of the hill. No. One of the best overtaking moves down into Garda here. Not quite able to get the move done. But But Bobby McGeer, been karting for 3 years, like I said, 2023 British indoor karting champion, although I believe that was in the junior category. Bobby, one of the best young drivers in the UK in the rental karting scene, only 16 years old. So he's mixing it up here with the adults. Thomas Ronhaar again, slightly extending his lead, but it seems like Bobby and Aldas have decided not to fight for now, to try and push up towards Thomas. These two seem to have the pace on the chasing pack behind, which is currently led by Sam May. Kieran Philpott rounds out the rest of the top 5. Bradley Philpott, good drive from him so far, coming from outside of the top 10 to make his way up to 7th, is the YouTuber and current GX UK champion, former UK Kart Race of Champions champion, and actually a former champion of this event as well. So keep an eye on Bradley Philpott in car number 23. A little bit of a disappointing qualifying by his standards. But behind we have Sam May as well, who is a man who has plenty of laps around this circuit. Formerly finished 3rd in this event in 2024. Aldas now looking at the inside of Bobby McGeer. Has he got that move done? Pretty textbook, but Bobby's got the cut back. Into hairpin 2, Aldas covers off the inside and gets that move done. Crucial move for Aldas in this race. He gives Bobby a little bit of a hand in the air to say, look, let's try and move together. The race win is still on here. But those in the know in rental karting will know that whether your rival actually adheres to that is, you know, completely up to them. But actually, you can already see that on this lap. Aldas is starting to pull a little bit of a gap. Still 4 minutes left to go in this race. May not seem like a long time, but that's going to end up maybe 5, maybe 6 laps for Aldas to try and close this gap to Ronhaar. So even while making that overtake, Aldas a 10th faster than Ronhaar on that last lap. Very, very impressive drive actually though from Ronhaar, who's showing that experience in esports and online racing transfers very, very nicely to outdoor racing as well. But you can see Aldas already gapping McGeer. It seems like the race for the win here is going to be between Aldas and Ronhaar. But can he make that move? Aldas with his YouTube channel, of course. You can see that gap's visibly closing. McGeer is just hanging on to the back of this battle, though. As we look to some battles further down the field. Sam May actually battling with Kieran Philpott for 4th position overall. A reminder that these guys aren't just racing for the win. Every point is crucial in these heat races because they are going to go towards determining the grid for the finals. And this one actually probably the one in the entire event, the first heat that you have the most control over, because there was a qualifying session. In later heats, let's say if you have a start towards the back of the grid, you can get a little bit caught up in traffic and it can compromise your event. And with so many drivers here, you need to be finishing towards the front of the field. I would think top 5 in all of your heats at the very, very least to have even a sniff of making it to the A final, which I personally can't wait for tomorrow. That's going to be an absolutely fantastic race. Super pole for that as well. Still a long way to go. So Sam May losing that 4th place to Kieran Philpott, it would seem. But Sam May, as I've said before, very, very experienced around this circuit. Finished 4th place in this event in 2024. So looking to go a couple of positions better towards the top. But like I said, this event much bigger than it was last year. A much wider range of talent from across the UK, Europe. A couple of drivers actually from Asia as well and from the United States. So fantastic to see that this is becoming a near global event. A couple of drivers racing under African nationalities as well. So fantastic to see all of the major continents appearing in this event. But that gap just stabilising now between Ronhaar and Aldas. The difference just 3 thousandths actually of a second. It'd be useful if we could see the gap between each of the drivers. So we might need to wait until the next race for that. But pretty identical lap times it would seem between Ronhaar and Aldas. Aldas just maybe a couple tenths faster on that last lap. If he is going to catch Ronhaar, he's not going to have very much time at the end of this race to make that move count. McGeer in a comfortable 2nd position. Philpott's in 4th. And actually it's a Philpott 4-5, but of course unrelated. Fantastic drive actually from Bradley Philpott, making his way from the lower reaches outside of the top 10 actually. Qualified down in 12th position. Just goes to show how close the qualifying is. If he was 4 tenths faster, then he would have been up at the front row of the grid. But it's actually the margin that Ron Hard took that pole position. You'd expect him to have actually broken away a little bit more than what he's doing in this race. Let's look back now to some battles further down the field. That seems to be the 9 of Michael Marison battling with the 6 of Jasper Stewart. Again, this gap just coming down a little bit more. 2 tenths again on that last lap, but it seemed like Aldas is probably going to run out of time in this race. I don't think he'll worry too much. You don't get many awards for winning the heats. It is all about the finals later. But like I said, every point is crucial. But this has been a fantastic drive from Aldas actually in this race. You'd think from racing in a rookie team, maybe doesn't have as much experience around this track as some of the other people in this field. He has really hit the ground running. You can see just the gap that's appeared, and actually Philpott's already closing onto the back of the other Philpott, Kieran and Bradley. The fastest lap of the race for Thomas Ronhart on that last one. He's responded to Aldas on that last time round, 50.4. Still half a second off his pole position time earlier on. But it seems like Aldas is just going to run out of time as we approach to the end of this race. Aldas getting so close. If he'd had a couple more laps, he might have been able to challenge for the lead. But it looks like the F1 esports driver is going to hold on. He's already celebrating as he's coming up the straight, and why wouldn't you? Thomas Ronhart wins the opening heat race of the 2025 Kart Racing Champions. Aldas Calvas in second position. Fastest lap of the race actually from Aldas on the last lap of the race at 50.3. So well done to him as well. Some good points on the board. He'll be satisfied with that to start off his day. Bobby McGurr third, and then Bradley Philpott actually getting ahead of Kieran on that last lap, 4th and 5th. Sam May in 6th, Michael Morrison in 7th. And we're going to see full results very shortly. So there is a combination of the fastest lap time results from that last heat. So Sam May in 6th, Michael Morrison 7th, Jasper Stewart Staff in 8th, David Metcalf 9th, and Scott Lawrence rounding out the top 10. Then we look down to Blaze Turnstill, Lawrence Cox, James King, Alfie Hale, Glenn Marison, Brandon Barker, Lucy Shuckford, Hannah Bars, and James J. Adams round out the 19. You can see just how close it is between all of these drivers. The top 2 separated by just half a second. So that's the first of the lightweight heats done. We'll be back very shortly for heat number 2, the first of the heavyweights.
You're all good. No, it's all good. the weather's good. I was doing this last year, but it was only me, the guy who does like the mixing between the cameras and the commentator. This year, there's me, 2 other people filming, one guy doing mixing, one guy doing commentary, one runner, and one extra if needed, like if one needs a break. Definitely. Yeah, we have. Yeah. Oh, did you?
Yeah, moment, the only ones left probably Avengers.
Yeah.
Dean French, Martin
Yeah.
French.
Yeah,
French.
Martin was at Northampton a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, Dean obviously is dad, Wayne unfortunately passed away.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. We're about to get underway for heat number 2. First of the heavyweight heats. Alex Jones starting on pole position. Much closer qualifying at this time round. Jonathan Wilson of Paragon Racing in second. Alex Jones on pole representing Accelerate Kent Brewery, who have participated in multiple 24-hour races here at Butmore Park. And we are green for heat number 2. Seems a pretty even start from the front two, but the number 12 of Jonathan Wilson perhaps just getting a better start, trying to hang it round the outside. Our 2 leaders are side by side, heading down into turn number 3, the first of the hairpin. Oh, a little bit of barging, actually. That's forcing the number 12 wide. But once again, a very similar start to what we saw in the previous heat. The leader just managing to scarper away. So head down into the lower reaches. So it is still the number 17 of Alex Jones who leads, but who goes very wide. He's going to get a track limit warning for that one. Jonathan Wilson under a little bit of pressure. Round the outside goes one of the pink helmeted drivers. As you can see, it was still too wide most of the way through the lap. But as they cross the line, it is Alex Jones who leads. Jonathan Wilson in second, and Adam Barras rounding out the top 3, all within still a second of each other. The big battle here, though, is for second position. Jonathan Wilson under pressure already from Adam Barras. Hassan Safar mixing into this battle as well. Now, once again, Jonathan is going to have to make a very similar decision to what Bobby McGurr made in the previous race. Is he going to defend this second position, or is he going to try and press after Alex at the risk of losing that position? A reminder that every single position in these heats is absolutely crucial for these drivers. You need to be finishing in the top 5 on average for all of your heats to even have the slightest chance of making it into the A final, such as the caliber of these grids. One poor result will see you out of it. No drop scores in this event, so every single heat counts. So as they cross the line, Alex Jones with a new fastest lap of the race into the 51s. That gap now 0.6 of a second as we are side by side for second place. Adam Barras trying to go all the way around the outside of Jonathan Wilson. That would be an outrageous move if he got it done. You don't see that very often, and he didn't. So Jonathan Wilson still holding on, but that's opened the door for Hassan Safar and David Harvey. So now a 4-car battle for second. And Alex Jones, if he has a little look behind him and sees this, he's going to be licking his lips, rubbing his hands together, because this is the ideal start to his race. The more time that the drivers behind can spend battling, the more distance and more gap that he's going to create behind him. But a bit more stretched out this heat compared to the one that we saw in the lightweights. We are expecting the best lap times to be a couple of tenths slower, obviously, due to the difference in weight. Jonathan Wilson again going defensive into hairpin 1. He's going to go defensive into hairpin 2. Yes, so it seems like Jonathan Wilson's made the decision that he doesn't have the pace in this race to keep pace with Jones, who did only take pole position by just over 0.02 of a second. Very, very close. In fact, the gap between Alex Jones in first and Ashley Mason-King in 8th in this qualifying session is just 0.2 of a second. It goes to show the caliber of these drivers. Again, Jonathan Wilson having to go defensive. It's difficult to tell whether he's lacking a bit of pace in this race, or he's not quite able to get into a rhythm because of all the battling he's had behind. Side by side a little bit further back, I believe that's the 11 of Kevin Francis and the 30 of Dimitri Oros. This is going to be a very long heat for Jonathan Wilson if he's having to defend for every single corner. But what that's doing is it's actually bunching up the pack behind. David Harvey having a look now down the inside. The number 20, Hassan Zafar, almost on the grass trying to make that move. And they're 4 wide coming out of the hairpin. But what that's done actually is it's given Jonathan Wilson a little bit more breathing room in second position. I think Adam Barras will be happy to see that gap behind him now as well. Now if you're Jonathan Wilson, this is where you start to push, but he's just made another mistake. It seems like it would be a pretty easy move for Adam Barras, this one, all the way around the outside of Garda. Excellent move. But it just seemed like Jonathan Wilson lacked any sort of drive out of the bottom of that hill. Don't know if he had a big snap and he had to correct it or not. But after defending so well, it seemed like an innocuous mistake that gifted that second position. And now Jonathan Wilson, oh, he's already falling down the pack out of the top 5 already, it would seem, actually. So you can see in a grid of this caliber how such a small mistake can drop you down the order. There is a saying in rental karting, if you're not moving forward, you're going to go backwards. And that seems to be the case definitely for Jonathan Wilson in this race. So as it currently stands, Alex Jones over 3 seconds now, the gap at the front of this field. He could lack a bit of pace compared to the rest of the field and still take the race win in this one. So we are focusing now on the battle for second place. Adam Barras and Jonathan Wilson. Jonathan Wilson's actually fallen down the order a bit now. You can see just how intense the racing is throughout this field. Across the line again, 0.2 of a second. Adam Barras. It seems to be David Harvey, though, who's actually got the best pace of all of these. Personal best lap last time round. Actually one of the fastest of anybody. So David Harvey does seem to have a couple of tenths on Adam Barras. But once again, are these guys going to try and work together to try and close that gap to Alex Jones, or are they going to start fighting? If I were a betting man, which I'm not, I'd probably have to say that they are going to start fighting. Even in a race this short, a gap of 3 seconds when the field is so close is probably an insurmountable gap at this point. It has been a dream race for Alex Jones from pole position, despite losing it on the opening lap. A race who this hasn't been a dream for, though, is Jonathan Wilson. He's down to 5th place after battling for the lead early on. Just out of shot, there was some outrageous side-by-side battling through Cafe Curve, the flat-out left-hander just before the start-finish line. That gap coming down a little bit to Alex Jones. New fastest lap of the race for Adam Barras, a 51.2. So actually pretty comparable to what we were seeing. Well, actually a little bit slower than what we saw in the previous heat. David Harvey not quite close enough to make that move. But actually, very interestingly, the fastest lap in this race of Adam Barras of 51.2. That's nearly an entire second off what we saw in the lightweight. So that just goes to show the difference that having a little bit of extra weight makes on these 4-stroke karts. Now Adam Barras feeling the need to go defensive. Is he going to stay defensive into hairpin 2? He sort of leaves the door a little bit open, but David Harvey doesn't really seem to want to go for it. David Harvey at this point maybe just trying to push Adam Barras along so they can secure this podium finish. The way that you'll race these heats is very different to how you'll race the finals. In these heats, it is just about securing the best possible position. As I say that, down the inside goes David Harvey at the bottom of the hill. Very difficult move to pull off that one, and Adam Barras keeps his foot pinned on the outside of that corner, managing to hold on. But what that has done is it's brought the number 20 of Hassan Zafar into this race. Hassan Zafar, first time racing in the Kart Race of Champions, but was in the national final and actually won it this year of the heavyweights in the British Indoor Karting Championship. So he's definitely one to keep out for. Quite a different driving style, though, between indoor and outdoor, although he has done some other stuff as well, including the Northern Rental Kart League. But he's here representing Kinetica Racing Team Black. And actually, the battle hotting up again for this second place. Adam Barras defending from David Harvey, and what that mean is that Hassan Safari is going to have a look around the outside, not quite able to get it done that time. But these three together, fantastic battle for second position. Looking a little bit further back, Carl Etzemezian, apologies for the butchering of that name, is rounding out the top 5. Jonathan Wilson now down to 6th, but it seems to be very close between 5th place downwards, but we're still on this battle for second. Oh, a little bit of a bump actually from the number 10 of David Harvey on Adam Barras. Adam not happy with that move there. I would not be surprised to see a bump and pass penalty for David Harvey if he does not concede that position, because from the looks of it up here in the commentary box, it looks like he just gave him a little nudge while he was on the apex, just shuffled him a little bit wide. Pretty textbook ABC bump and pass, that one. But David Harvey seeming like he's not going to give the place back. But what that means now is that he can use that his pace, which does seem admittedly to be slightly better than the number 9. Side-by-side battling further down the field, actually 3 wide further down the field. Every single position and ergo every single point crucial in this event. But David Harvey making good his advantage at the front of this group of 3. And now Adam Barras is going to be under a bit of pressure from his doppelganger, it would seem, in Hassan Zafar. Very similar helmet and suit. So once again make their way into the downhill. Hassan Zafar just using a little bit more of that runoff on the left-hand side, just to open the corner a little bit more. Either line is acceptable, though, in these 4-stroke karts. Adam Barras feeling the need to, once again, go defensive into Garda corner. That's going to give Hassan Zafar a better run going up the straight. Meanwhile, battle for 5th between Kevin Francis, who's actually gotten past now Carl in number 6. Jonathan Wilson, who started second in this race, down to 7th. We haven't really talked much about our leader, Alex Jones, at the front of this race. 4 seconds now the advantage, so even now that David Harvey is in clean air, it seems like Alex Jones still has the pace. But just a couple of tenths of a second separating the best lap between all of this top 3. Now down in the low 51s. Fastest lap of the race of a 51.0 actually from the number 20 of Hassan Zafar. So he's actually got the best pace of all of these drivers. Is he going to have a look into the downhill? No. It would be a pretty audacious move if you were going to make a move from that far back into Garda. Uphill braking zone though into Garda, so you can brake super late. And actually Adam Barras maybe having a little bit of a better run that time. Seems like the top 10 are a little bit more spread out now as we head into the final lap of this race. It's been a dream start for Alex Jones, leading from pole position. David Harvey a little bit faster on that last lap, but we would have needed a much longer race than this one to have any kind of battle for the lead. But the race results are going to be provisional at the end of this one, because David Harvey, I'd be surprised if race control weren't at least looking into that incident with Adam Barras a couple laps ago into hairpin 1. David just having a little bit of a check over his shoulder, but he has done enough in these last few laps of the race to consolidate that second position on track. But it is going to be Alex Jones who is going to take the win in this first heavyweight heat. Fist to the sky, punching it. Perfect start to his event. David Harvey second, Adam Barras in third, winning that battle with Hassan Zafar. And then a pretty big gap back to the rest of the field. Kevin Francis rounding out the top 5. We'll have full results for you very shortly. Side by side across the line for 16th. Just goes to show how important each position is for each of these drivers. But let's run through the final results provisionally on track. Alex Jones does take the win from pole position ahead of David Harvey, who actually did set the fastest lap of the race of a 50.9 on that last lap of the race. Adam Barras and Hassan Zafar were battling for third throughout, Kevin Francis in 5th. Carl Etzemezian, I promise by the end of this weekend I will have pronounced that name properly at least once. Jonathan Wilson, he'll be disappointed with that race, down to 7th. Barry Lakes in representing Paragon Racing is teammate of Jonathan Wilson, just behind him in 8th. Ashley Mason-King of King Brothers Racing in 9th, and Sam Oatley rounding out the top 10. Stuart Jones 11th, Dimitri Oros 12th, Dan Wright 13th, Then comes Max Taylor, Jacob Robertson, Nathan Lee, Brian Atkins, Murray Ager, and Reese McKenzie round out the, once again, 19 kart strong grid. So that's the end of the first of our heavyweight heats. We'll be back very, very shortly for heat number 3. Well, here we go. Thick and fast these races are coming this morning. We're about to get underway for heat number 3. Simon Johnston taking pole position in this one by a fairly comfortable 2/10 ahead of the Maple Motorsport suited driver of Trevor Hansford, his teammate Nico Schweisner on 3rd place just behind him. And we are green for heat number 3. Second of the lightweight heats today. Pretty even start from the front too, but it seems to be a theme so far today that the drivers starting from second are getting better starts than the drivers on pole. That may be because the racing line is a little bit more rubbered, as we try to go 3 wide through turn number 3, the first of the hairpins. But again, all seemingly quite well behaved in this race. I imagine that will change later in the event as the opportunity to score points become fewer and fewer. Already the leader at the front of this field, pointing ahead to try and say, come on, let's go, let's push away now. Whether the driver in second actually adheres to that is a different question, as we're already side by side into Garda corner. Oh, a big send at the back from the number 23 of Toby Tozer. Using the typical rental karting strategy of ignoring that pedal underneath your left foot, instead using other people as your brake. But it is Simon Johnston who leads in this race from pole position. Trevor Hansford, after having a little bit of a scrappy first lap, managing to hold on to second place. And already this top 5 sort of stringing out a little bit, or I should say that, whereas Oliver Wedden's already back down the inside. Oliver Wedden, who finished runner-up in the lightweights this time last year in the number 7. Former British University's Karting Championship champion, racing for Loughborough University. And I'm not biased, but that is definitely the best of the university teams. As they make their way through Garda for the second time. This top 3 just starting to break away a little bit, actually. Craig Dickinson, the cork in the bottle for 4th downwards. Oliver Widden, if he's got the pace that he did last year, is going to try and make his way past. But actually, Trevor Hansford and Nico Schweisner are already battling. These two are teammates, of course, both racing for Maple Motorsport in this event. One aspect of this event that I haven't mentioned is the Teams Championship. Each driver is, or most of the drivers, are assigned to some kind of team. Teams that they race otherwise throughout the rest of the year in different events, or who have been created for this year. The team that has the highest scoring drivers throughout the event will receive a separate trophy. But actually, the number 12, Nico Schweisner, looks like he's going to go from third to first on this lap. The 11 of Simon Johnstone trying to cut back. But the man who started in third position has made his way up into the lead. But these three need to be careful and actually think about the long game, because this battling, they had a bit of a gap behind them as they crossed the line last time, but now the number 1 of Craig Dickinson is all over the back of this battle. The number 11 of Simon Johnston managing to get back up the inside, but actually that's compromised his exit, and Nico Schweisner back into the lead. It's a single file through the S's. This top 5 now with a bit of a gap to those behind. So if they work together, they might be able to break away. Nico Schweisner, one of our European drivers in this event. Simon Johnson not too worried about intercontinental relations as he immediately sends one back on into Nico Schweisner. So Nico gaining the lead and then losing the lead all within a lap. Fantastic battle at the front, and actually Craig Dickinson out of nowhere, he was back and forth and looking like he didn't quite have the pace, but he's got back up into third ahead of Trevor Hansford and now challenging for second position. This top 5 is about to become a top 9 as the group led by Thiago Banza, which has a few Club 73 drivers, Megan Quirk, Adam Beaumont and Harry Graham, finishing off that group of 4, have turned this lead battle into a group of 9. Any more battling from this front 3, and it is going to turn into a pretty hairy collection. But Simon Johnson just able to keep ahead. And him and Nico Schweisner actually just having a little bit of a better second half to that lap, so maybe they're starting to break away. In fact, they have. So Craig Dickinson, maybe he got caught up in a bit of battling, but maybe he just doesn't quite have the pace in this race. New personal best that last time round from Simon. But he's having to defend again from Nico Schweisner. We're not really seeing outrageous lap times, but Nico managing to get the cutback, not quite able to get up alongside going into the chicane. You do really need to be completely alongside going into that chicane, otherwise you're just going to get absolutely crowded out. And it seems like Simon and Nico do have the pace at the front of this race. But being preoccupied for the lead may cost them in the long term. We will have to see. But it has definitely become a top 9, this group. Big gap to those behind. Nico Schweisner looking to the inside. The 39-year-old Austrian. First time competing in this event. As he looks to the outside. Not quite able to get it done. Is he going to get a cut back into hairpin 2? He needs to be careful that Craig Dickinson isn't just going to throw it up the inside into hairpin 2. Not quite close enough that time. And he's much further alongside now is Nico Schweisner. They're side by side heading through the chicane. Craig Dickinson now firmly in this fight as well. A little bit of a better line through the corner at the bottom of the hill for Nico. He's going to get a better run, but Simon very wisely covers it off. If Simon were to win this race, he will have definitely earned it, the amount of defending he's have to do. 38-year-old DJ Motorsport driver, DJ Motorsport based here at Butmore Park, so he's definitely done a few laps of this circuit. Previous best finish of only finishing 8th in the B final, so he's having a much better event so far than any he's had previously, qualifying on pole and leading this race as it currently stands. Meanwhile, Oliver Wedden down the inside, claiming that 3rd place. And it looks like Trevor Hansford and Craig Dickinson are going side by side out of hairpin number 1. Probably the biggest gap that this top 2 have had throughout the entirety of this race, but we have to remember Oliver Wedden in kart number 7. Runner-up in this category last year. He's showing that pace. He's already closed most of that gap, actually. Oliver seems to have the pace to be able to bridge that gap. Be interested to see what kind of lap time Oliver does this time round. And And it was a 51.2, so just a couple of tenths faster than what our top two were able to achieve. But as opposed to the first heat where we were seeing lap times down in the low 50s, the amount of battling that these top guys are having to do means that none of them have really set a representative lap time yet, and that might not be the case for the entire race. Oliver Wedden does seem to have the pace on those behind. Trevor Hansford and actually the number 5 of Adam Beaumont now battling. Adam's come from quite far down, started in 11th, so he'll be happy with the progress that he's made in this race. A pro class champion in Club 73 is Adam Beaumont. He's actually made his way from 11th all the way up to 4th, so fantastic drive from Adam. Still 4 minutes left to go in this race. Can he make any further progress? And down the inside goes Oliver Wedden, actually, as Simon Johnson was defending from Nico Schweisner. And now Oliver and Nico going side by side through the chicane. And this has finally, this battle, allowed Simon Johnson to have a lap where he's not having to defend into Garda corner. Nico Schweisner saying, come on, let's push up, let's go. Oliver Wedden, though, might be thinking, look, you've had most of this race behind him and you weren't able to get past him. Maybe it's time for me to have a go. As they cross the line once again, Adam Beaumont from 11th on the grid is in this lead battle. So it is Simon Johnson from Nico Schweisner. Oliver Wedden not feeling the need to go for the move, but he went for the move into hairpin 2 last time out. You can't just open the door like that, Nico. Oliver is going to go for it. Adam Beaumont, though, going for the cutback on Oliver that time round. Not quite able to get it done. He is hounding the back of the former Loughborough University driver. You can see just how much they cut that downhill corner. And actually, Adam Beaumont managing to get a nose in down at the bottom of the hill, going into Garda. And up to 3rd goes Adam Beaumont from 11th on the grid. So he'll be very satisfied with this drive if he's able to keep it going. He seems to be very pumped up. He's gained 8 positions in this race, but he wants more. Gap between the top two, just 4/10 of a second. This front 4 have nicely broken away now from Trevor Hansford, the Maple Motorsport driver who leads the chasing pack. Craig Dickinson, who was fighting for 3rd earlier in this race, now down to 7th. So not a good second half to this race for the number 1 car. And Adam Beaumont makes the move into 2nd position. If he could go from 11th to 1st in this race, it would be the best drive that we've seen probably today so far. And he's still got 100 seconds left to catch up to Simon. New fastest lap of the race from Adam, the only driver apart from Jake Everest down in 8th position to dip into the 50s. And he was 4 or 5 tenths of a second faster than Simon Johnson on that last lap with Simon in clean air. So actually you'd have to argue that Adam does have the pace to make this pass for the lead. And he's now all over the back of Simon Johnson. I think he's going to get one more lap after this one. Takes a better line through the bottom of the hill. Does Simon Johnson go defensive? Yes, he does. Adam going for a little move towards the inside, just managing to get just the very tip of his nose into that space. Now, it all depends how many laps left have they got. This is going to be the final lap of this race. They might have gotten 2, but it is going to be 1. Remember, Nico Schweisner, who has been fighting for the lead so far, is still there or thereabouts as they are 3 wide heading down into hairpin 1. Cutback, though, from Adam Beaumont, but that may undo him as that's going to open the door for Nico Schweisner. Nico, with a fantastic little cutback, just shuffling Adam a little bit wide on the apex of hairpin 1. Oliver Wedden still in there. But you have to applaud this drive from Simon Johnson. He has been pretty textbook in his defending so far in this race. Super late move from Adam Beaumont, forcing Simon Johnson off the track. You'd have to say that's pretty fair from Simon, as down the inside goes Nico Müller. Sorry, Nico Schweisner, I should say. as they're almost going to be 3 wide, battle for second, but it looks like it is going to be Simon Johnson who is going to take the win from pole position, but a fantastic drive as well from Adam Beaumont, finishing in second position from 11th on the grid. But of course, the qualifying for this, for all of these heats, super, super close. Just 0.4 of a second between 2nd and 11th in qualifying. So provisional results. Looks like it is going to be Simon Johnson who takes the win in that race, ahead of Adam Beaumont, up from 11th on the grid. Nico Schweisner started 3rd, finished 3rd. He had a bit more of an interesting race than that. Oliver Whedon taking 4th position, and special mention as well to Harry Graham in the number 10 car, 17th to 5th, up 12 positions in that race. Had a better lap time than actually the rest of the top 5 apart from Beaumont. Trevor Hansford 6th, Jake Everest in 7th, and Toby Tozer in 8th. Jake and Toby both gaining upwards of 7 positions each in that race, so quite a lot of movement actually compared to qualifying. Craig Dickinson was battling for the lead at one point in this race, finished down in 9th. He'll be disappointed with that one. Tiago Banza in 10th. Then come Megan Quirk, Jack Underdown, Danny Hale, Rob Garud, Toby Hazel, Carl Hillis, Mark Holden, Emily Lloyd, and Lily Jeffs, the reigning Jamie Chadwick Series Sodi champion. So some surprising results in that lightweight race. Some unexpected names not quite getting, or some names that we would expect to be near the front not having a good time of it so far. But we will be back very shortly for heat number 4. And just like that, very, very quick changeovers we're getting here at Buckmore Park. We're already 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Just a testament to the efficiency of the staff that they've got here today. Second of the heavyweight heats then, actually. And it is Ross Samwell for Connecticut who is on pole position by a 10.5 from Joseph Hamlet in second. Will Emerson of Maple Motorsport in 3rd position. Club 100 C3 heavyweight champion, so keep an eye out for Will Emerson. Anton Schoppler and Nathan Parker in 4th and 5th. Very, very close though. Only 0.2 of a second again separating the top 5. Alex Mitchell in 6th. Johnny Bright in 7th. Lee Lincoln Crowther in 8th. And then it's Barry Lewis and Nikita Jevtichov in rounding out the top 10 in qualifying. Rest of the grid mailed up by Cale Simmons, Nick Salzedo, Adrian Perez, Justin Elliott, Carl Gaffney, John Price, Ross McKenzie. We've had a couple of dropouts actually in this group, so it is just going to be the 17 runners. I'm sure the drivers in this group won't mind that too much though. So Ross Samwell on pole position then for the Connecticut Racing Purple team. Has done plenty a lap around this track. Most known though for racing in the British Indoor Championship and also Daytona's Super Champs Championship. His first appearance actually in at the Kart Race of Champions. 2 top 5 finishes at the BIKC Nationals in the last 2 years. And finished P6 at Daytona Motorsports Race of Champions earlier this year in January at Daytona Milton Keynes. So certainly knows how to hustle a go-kart, does Ross Samwell. Joseph Hamlet alongside him on the front row for the Suck on My Exhaust team, which is something that I would not recommend that you do. With a 25-year-old British driver, previous best finish of 12th overall. And is a 2-time Club 100 Endurance champion. Finished 3rd as well in the Daytona 24-hour race. That one is also at Daytona Milton Keynes. Seems like we're shortly about to get started with this race. Good qualifying as well for Will Emerson, down in 3rd position. Like I said, known for Club 100. His first time ever racing at this event. Just 17 years old is Will. 2023 Daytona Tamworth Sodi heavyweight champion. And actually I was mistaken. Club 100 Class 3 Sprints runner-up, not champion. Apologies, Will. Still very, very impressive. And then Anton Schoppler of Paragon Racing rounding out the 2nd row. Behind him, Nathan Parker, very, very familiar to this event. Has competed in a few of them by now, has Nathan. Known for his very aggressive driving style, so we'll see if he features in this race, the 45-year-old Englishman. Previous best finish of 16th in the A final. Actually won the B final in the heavyweights last year as well. Something that I haven't mentioned yet is more relevant for tomorrow, is that the top placing drivers in each of the finals will be promoted into the final above them. So if you win the E final, you'll be promoted to the back of the D final. So for example, if you're one of the favorites and you end up in the B final, you could still theoretically take the overall event win, provided you win that race. But we'll get into more details about that tomorrow. And obviously, due to there being less drivers in this race, the marshal's just removing the spare carts from the back of the grid, and then we should be ready to go. Red lights on. And we are underway for heat number 4. Seems to once again be a better start from the number 6 of Joseph Hamlet, as they're going 3 wide towards turn 1. But once again continuing the theme that the outside place driver, so the driver in 2nd position, is getting a better launch. Will Emerson in those distinctive Maple Motorsport colours, already up to 2nd position. But it is currently the number 10 of Ross Samwell actually who's managed to keep hold of that lead. Will Emerson immediately under pressure from Anton Schoppler. It's been a dream start. Very briefly lost the lead, did Ross Samwell. He's already got a nice gap actually at the start of this lap. Anton Schoppler in the number 17th, from 4th on the grid, already up to 2nd. So he'll be very satisfied with how this opening lap has gone. Side by side further down the grid, that's Johnny Brighton, who's made up a few places. As they cross the line for the first time. Confirmation of the running order. Ross Samwell currently leads the way, with Anton Schoppler in 2nd position in the number 17 car. Anton actually a previous runner-up in this event. Known for the British Rental Karting Championship, which takes place indoors. He has 3 Kart World Championship appearances. And is, as I said, a runner-up previously in this event. So he definitely has the pace, which he is showing by closing that gap to Ross Samwell out the front of this grid. So it is currently Ross Samwell who leads from Anton, but Anton closing that gap down immediately Fastest lap of the race from Anton immediately, a 51.0. So in just a couple of laps, Anton records a lap that would have put him as the third best lap in the previous heat. Just goes to show the difference in styles between heats. Some heats are a lot more focused on battling between drivers. Some a lot more focused about just getting the lap times down. This seems to be more of the latter. And actually these top two have already broken away from the rest of the field. Will Emerson, though, doing well to hold on to that third place, and actually a big gap back from Will Emerson. Just goes to show the difference between being caught up in battles and not. So around guard and corner. Battling further down the grid, but this race a lot more spread out. And you'll find that in these qualifying races, as Anton Schoppler immediately having a look down the inside into turn one, not quite able to get that move, but you can tell his intentions. Will Emerson just waiting behind in the background. Now is Ross Sandwell going to go a little bit defensive? He is, but doesn't quite cover it off enough. Nice switchback attempt by Anton, not quite able to get it done. The 21-year-old making the trip over from America is Anton. Fantastic to have some American drivers with us. It is this top three at the minute who have a significant gap, over 2 seconds. Will Emerson having a look behind, almost does a double take. He's likely very surprised at the gap he's got behind him already. So Johnny Brighton leading that train, that chasing pack. The man who started down in 7th, so he's made up a few places. Battle for the lead continues though. Samuel going a little bit defensive into hairpin 1. Now is Anton going to try the same move again? No. But a key theme throughout these races is that we've seen the effect that just a tiny bit of battling has on your ultimate lap time. Because Will Emerson has managed now to bridge this gap to the top two. Battle for the win, you'd have to think, is going to come from one of these three, or the winner is going to come from one of these three. Johnny Bryson now consolidating that 4th position. But the battle for the lead continues between Sandwell and Schoppler, as Will Emerson now has a look up the inside of Schoppler. Will keeping to the racing line, Anton feeling the need to tuck in behind Sandwell and to copy that defensive line. Because let's say, for example, if Anton were to go to the outside, then Will would probably be close enough to have a move up the inside and he'd lose that 2nd position. But we've seen actually between this race and the last race, the difference between a race where the qualifying is representative of race pace and where the qualifying is perhaps not representative of race pace. In the last race we saw huge changes of position, drivers gaining 10 or more places. But in this group, the race pace seems to be a little bit more reflective of the qualifying pace, hence why these gaps have developed. Samuel again going defensive. Schoppler feeling the need now to go to the outside, but Will Emerson's got the cut back and Will Emerson's got the move done. Will Emerson up into 2nd place, but Anton's going to get the switch back on him immediately. These two are going to be side by side heading towards the chicane. Will Emerson actually managing to keep that position. Fantastic drive so far from Emerson. 17-year-old, again mixing it with the adults. See what I was saying about the qualifying pace being fairly similar to the race pace. The gap's starting to stretch out. We're unlikely to see this kind of race very much for the rest of these races, as they are shuffled up grids, so you are going to have people who are perhaps not quite having the ultimate lap time trying to hold on to positions, and people who do have the pace trying to make their way through. So we're going to see a lot more battling in later heats. Sandwell actually using that battling between Emerson and Schoppler to his advantage. The gap last time across the line, just 0.4 of a second. You can see that that has resulted in clear daylight between the number 10 and the number 23. See just how much Emerson is leaning through all of these corners, placing that weight on the outside tyre, giving him some more grip. You can see actually where they've relayed that section of Cafe Curva as well. Butmore, just before the 24 hours, did have some circuit relaying. So there are significant differences in levels of grip as you go around the track, which is something that you have to discover through the practice sessions and the qualifying sessions. And actually it can vary by race as well. We are expecting it to stay dry for all of this weekend. So by the time we come to the finals tomorrow, it is going to be very rubbered in this track, and we're going to see some very quick lap times. It seems like Emerson got that position in second opportunistically from the battling between Schoppler and Samwell. It seems like Schoppler's got slightly better pace than Emerson at this point. Schoppler just neatly slotting it up the inside. There was a Kart Witz there. I don't think Will Emerson could be too unhappy with that move. Anton Schoppler did have it stopped before he made contact. Just a little bit of bumping, to be expected though, all par for the course in rental karting with bumpers, of course. Not something you would typically see in owner drivers, with them being open wheels and the wheels colliding. Ross Samwell has made good his advantage at the front of this field. The gap last time almost a second. Fastest lap of the race actually held by Will Emerson though, but these top three are lapping pretty consistently within 1/10 of a second of each other, with the exception of that last lap with the battling between Emerson and Schoppler. So Schoppler now back into second place ahead of Emerson. 3.5 minutes left to go. We've seen that the pace between this top three is pretty similar, so although the gap is just a second, if Samwell has it all his own way, this might be enough for him to take the race win. With our new fastest lap of the race for Schoppler, 50.8. All of these drivers now down into the 50s. But once again, we're seeing these heavyweight drivers just struggling to get into the low and mid 50-second lap times that the lightweights are managing to achieve. To be expected though. With more weight comes more strain on the engine. And actually Schoppler has made good his escape now from Emerson. So Emerson in a pretty lonely no man's land. We've seen that Emerson's best opportunity to get back in this fight for the lead is to hope that Schoppler catches up with Samwell again, and then those two start fighting, which is what allowed them to get second place previously. Warning there on the screen for Nikita Jevtachov, my apologies. So pretty spread out between this top three. Let's have a look at how the rest of the top 10 currently stand. Pretty sizable gap, just 4 seconds now between Emerson and Johnny Brighton in third, who is himself a second ahead of Adrian Perez of Kobe Motorsport. Alex Mitchell, Joseph Hamlet, Nathan Parker, Justin Elliott and Lee Lincoln Crowther round out the top 10 as it currently stands. It's in stark contrast to the previous race. Big gaps developing now in this race. Just goes to show what happens when the qualifying, the grid set during qualifying is pretty indicative of the best lap time. Or the race pace, I should say. Just stretches out like a slinky. But Schoppler is the fastest man on the track, but not by much. He was 0.2 of a second faster than Ross Samwell last time round. And the difference in best lap between Schoppler and Samwell, just 0.02 of a second, but Schoppler the more consistent of the two. It is likely to be last lap next time round, but Schoppler's going to go for the move immediately down into the bottom of the hill. Samwell having to take to track limits, a little bit of a shake of the head. Doesn't approve of that move from Schoppler. It was on that move, but Schoppler not quite able to get it done properly. Final lap now for our leaders. If Schoppler has any additional pace in this kart, he needs to use it. Will Emerson in a bit of no man's land behind in third. Again, probably the most spread out of the races that we've seen so far. A little bit more of a slow burn. But it all depends if Anton can make this move. It seems like to me he's only going to have one opportunity down into Garda, the final overtaking place. Does get a slightly better run than Sandwell. But Sandwell's experienced enough to know he doesn't need to defend from that far back. So as they round Cafe Curve for the last time, Ross Sandwell is going to win heat number 4, the second of the heavyweight heats. Good drive from Anton Schoppler, who sets the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, improving his own best lap by 0.4 of a second, a 50.4. Absolutely rapid for heavyweight time, that from Schoppler. Will Emerson coming home in third. A lonely third for Emerson. Then it was Johnny Brighton in fourth, Adrian Perez fifth, all provisional of course. There didn't seem to be that many penalties. Alex Mitchell takes P6, Joseph Hamlin 7th, Nathan Parker in 8th, Justin Elliott in 9th, and Kyle Gaffney round out the top 10. The rest of the standing, or the rest of this race, made up by Nikita Jevtushov, Lee Lincoln Crowther, Ross McKenzie, Barry Lewis, Nick Salzedo, Kel Simons, and John Price rounds out this slightly smaller 17 kart grid. We had 2 who did not start in this race. 34 gaps cover, 34 seconds actually, the gap covering the field, so a little bit more spread out. But that's it for heat number 4. We're almost halfway through the first set of heats for each driver. So we'll be back in just a few moments with heat number 5. And here we go for heat number 5. Almost halfway through the first lot of heats for each driver. We're back to the lightweights. And it is Ben Johnson on pole position from the Too Much Apex team by a relatively dominant margin that we've seen so far today. On pole by a very handy 2.5 of a second. Ben Johnson, though, a Club 73 Super Pro category champion. So he's definitely knows how to extract the max out of a go-kart. Keep an eye out for Rory O'Regan, though, who's alongside him on the front row. Touted as one of the best young drivers representing the Nameless Motorsport team, which have just come off the back of an overall win at the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. So Rory will probably have one of the highest amount of laps done at this circuit recently. Drew Shuji in 3rd position for Spicy Boys Racing. He'll be happy with that qualifying. And then the rest of row 2 is made up by Ben Paynes, but very, very close behind Ben Johnson and Rory. In fact, between Ben Paynes in 4th and Claudia Lance-Jones in 11th, just over 0.2 of a second. As we're just waiting for this heat, which is back to 19 drivers, with the spare karts being brought back onto the circuit. Let's run through the rest of the grid then. Ben Paynes in 4th, Aidan Dancer lines up on 5th with Kiep Jansen in 6th. Matt Ellis in 7th and Jack Goldsmith in 8th, also representing the Nameless Motorsport team. Jack Goldsmith, when he was asked to input some of his achievements for the sign-up sheet for Kart Race of Champions, he said that he's been racing for far too long and he didn't put anything else apart from that, and that is because some of the Jack Goldsmith's achievements don't really need introduction. Club 73 Super Pro champion, part of the Nameless Motorsport team that also won the Butmore Park 24-hour, just to name a few. One of the fastest drivers in a grid of incredibly fast drivers, so keep an eye out from Jack Goldsmith. Slightly disappointing qualifying by his high standards to start 8th. But Oliver Thurkettle starts 9th behind him, Samuel Esri in 10th, Claudia Lance-Jones 11th, and Jub van Liegenhorst in 12th. Callum Oatley 13th, Matthew Clark 14th, Jaden Giles in 15th, Martin Ruster 16th, Jack Lead, Darcy Batty and Samantha Barron round out this 19-kart strong grid. We are about to get underway for heat number 5. And we are underway. Pretty even start from the front two, but again, second place managing to get the jump. I don't know what it is about that second place slot today, but I don't think we've seen a heat so far where second place hasn't led heading into hairpin 1. A little bit of battling happening behind. As actually we go 3, almost 4 wide, 5 wide into the hairpin. Oh, a lot of argy-bargy this time round. Much less well-behaved than previously. Matt Ellis completely being pushed sideways going down the straight in his distinctive green suit, green helmet. Ben Paynes in his white helmet, purple suit representing Kinetica. Can be easily seen. But it is currently the number 1 of Rory O'Regan, who did make the jump ahead of Ben Johnson. Now, if these two guys were to work together, you'd think they'd have the pace to break away at the front of this field. And actually already they've got a pretty decent gap back to Dhruv Suji in 3rd. And I said keep an eye out for Jack Goldsmith in that number 30 car, already made up 4 places on this first lap. And actually the fastest first lap of any of these drivers. So you're just able to see him out of shot there in the blue and white colour scheme, suit and helmet. So keep an eye on him because he is definitely not out of contention yet for this race win, with just over 10 minutes left to go in this heat. Rory O'Regan in the number 1 car. Very, very accomplished despite being so young. Only 19 years old, but it's absolutely dominated the Club 100 junior scene. Has since made the move up to lightweights and actually won the closing round of the Sprint Championship at this very track last round. And all the while managed to help his teammate Andrew McWilliams secure the overall title as well. But not quite breaking away at the front of this field, as we often see Rory O'Regan do. Ben Johnson is a very quick character, so he won't have let that happen. And Jack Goldsmith already up into 3rd place. So Jack Goldsmith, one of the favourites coming into this event. Former champion of this event, in fact, Jack Goldsmith. And former Club 73 Super Pro champion as well, in the blue and white colour scheme. He's already closed up to the back of Rory O'Regan and Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson having a little bit of a look on the outside of Garda. But this top 5 now being finished by K-Up Jansen, breaking away from the front of the field. As already Jack Goldsmith goes for 2nd place, and Jack Goldsmith takes 2nd place. So it is currently a Nameless Motorsport 1-2 as we head down towards hairpin 2. Now, is there going to be any love lost between these two teammates? It would be very smart from these two teammates. I'm not sure that Rory O'Regan quite knows who it is behind him. I'm not sure whether Rory was actually even expecting to see Jack during the course of this race, given that he started all the way down in 8th position. And now he's had a little bit of a look over his shoulder. Jack Goldsmith just giving the point ahead, saying, look, we know each other, we're teammates. It's in both of our interests and, of course, in the interest of the Nameless Motorsport team for the team's trophy in this event, to try and push away and try and secure that 1-2. And they can battle later in the race. Although the rest of this train of Ben Johnson, Kiep Jansen and Dhruv Suji are not dropping away from O'Regan and Goldsmith. And Goldsmith immediately now goes to the inside, not quite feeling that the number 1 kart of O'Regan had the pace. So Jack Goldsmith, from 8th on the grid, in under 4 minutes is up into the lead. There's a reason why this man was touted as one of the favourites heading into this event, and why he is a former champion of this event as well. And actually behind Kiep Jansen making the move on Ben Johnson. So Johnson not having the best race so far after taking what is by all intents and accounts a pretty dominant pole position margin of 2.5 tenths. Now Jack Goldsmith just eking out a tiny bit of daylight to Rory O'Regan, but Rory is still within the distance that he could go for a move, as is Kiep Jansen. Kiep Jansen does make that move now, trying to go for 2nd position. Not quite able to hold on to it though. And that run out of hairpin 2 is going to compromise Jansen. Ben Johnson is now on the back of him. A little bit wide actually for Jack Goldsmith. He's going to get a track limits warning for that one. You have to have at least 1 wheel on the white line if you're going that far out. Stewards are looking for, or race control are looking for track limits warning. Big battle behind this top 5, being led by Ben Paynes as it currently stands. And we can see Jack Goldsmith's class at the minute as he's just eking ever so slightly that gap at the front of this race. New fastest lap of the race, not last time round, but the time before. Only Goldsmith and Jansen of this top 5 have been able to dip into the 50 seconds for a lap time so far. So it seemed like Jansen, if he is able to get ahead of O'Regan after going past Johnson, does have the pace and actually is immediately going to go for the move on Rory O'Regan. But Rory covers that off nicely. The number 6 of Dhruv Suji having a good race, just waiting in the wings a bit to see what can come to him. Doesn't quite have the pace at this moment of the rest of this top 5. The rest of this, rest of this top 5. And actually, Rory O'Regan feeling the need to go defensive now into hairpin 1. Rory will know probably better than most about the pace of his teammate. So he's probably accepted that 2nd is probably the best he's going to do in this race. And now Dhruv Suji having a look up the inside of Ben Johnson. Those two going side by side through the chicane. This is going to be good news for Kiep Jansen. He's going to be able to isolate Rory O'Regan and make that move nice and soon. And we can see just how much time, again, running theme throughout today, that you lose by going defensive just even a little bit. Rory O'Regan, just by going defensive into guard at that one time, has caused the rest of that 2nd place battle to close right up. Good battle as well happening, or good train of karts happening actually from 6th backwards. But we're 2 by 2 heading now into hairpin 1. Any of these 4, you would say, could still take 2nd position at this point. Kiep Jansen giving Ben Johnson a little bit of a hip and shoulder heading down into the braking zone for hairpin 2. And Dhruv Suji trying to keep his foot in on the outside. Not quite able to make that move. Probably a case of deja vu with him and Ben Johnson going through that section. Same as last time. But it is just a marker of Goldsmith's pace at the front of this field. He's already stretched out a gap of over 2 seconds. Granted, those behind have been battling, but Goldsmith is consistently in the 50 seconds now, whereas the rest of the field struggling to get into the low, or to get into the 50s at all. Most of them doing low 51s at this point for best lap. So Rory O'Regan in that number 1 kart, continuing to go defensive from Caleb Jansen. Just 3.5 minutes left to go in this one. It seems like Rory O'Regan is the bit of the cork in the bottle at this moment, maybe not quite having the pace of those around him. Is he going to go defensive into Garda again? He has a look over his right shoulder, look over his left shoulder, just to place Jansen exactly where he wants him. As we are nose to tail, nose to tail, nose to tail, heading up towards Cafe Curve. Ben Paynes and Sam Esri still battling at the front of that field behind. But once again, with the exception of this top 5, this grid just stretching out a bit. So actually a bit of a combination of what we've seen from the last two races. Rory O'Regan goes super defensive into hairpin number 2. He knows the leader's gone now. Absolutely no chance of bridging that gap to the leader. And despite this battling, these guys from 2nd down to 5th are still lapping better lap times than those 6th downwards, because of course those 6th downwards headed by Ben Paynes are battling themselves as well. Rory O'Regan again, look over the right shoulder, look over the left shoulder, heading into Garda. Very good observation, just looking exactly at where Jansen is. Drew Suji just started to drop off the back of this train, but he is still there or thereabouts. And just in the case of 1 or 2 corners, he's not only closed that gap, but he's trying to go all the way around the outside of Ben Johnson, keeps his foot in. As 2nd, 3rd and 4th all going defensive. Drew Suji, the only one of this top 4 who can take the racing line, not top 4, 2nd down to 5th I should say. He can take the racing line as he wants. But Goldsmith at the front of this field, just hyper consistent, huge lunge from Ben Johnson down into the bottom of the hill. And actually fair play to him, he's got it stopped. Probably one of the moves of the day so far, that from Ben Johnson. Very late on the brakes. He didn't make contact with Jansen at all and didn't run off track limits, got it stopped. Very, very nicely done there from Johnson. So back up into 2nd place. Now comes the question of, can Johnson do what Jansen seems to be unable to do, which is to make that move on Rory O'Regan. It's 6.2 seconds now, the gap at the front of this field. Probably the biggest winning margin we've seen by today so far. Made even more impressive by the fact that Jack Goldsmith started from 8th on the grid in this race. He was 4th by the end of lap 1. And he made light work of this pack, which contained some of the fastest rental karters, not only in the UK, but in Europe. Just goes to show the class of Jack Goldsmith. Ben Johnson now defending from Jansen. This is the opportunity that Rory O'Regan was perhaps waiting for. Just waiting for those guys behind to start battling, and then he can start to take the racing line as he would please. Are we going to get 2 more laps of this race? It would seem like we are. See the gap that Goldsmith has in the front. Almost 2 corners, 2 entire corners he's got over his teammate Rory O'Regan. But it is currently still a nameless Motorsport 1-2. Ben Johnson again feeling the need to go defensive. If Johnson wants to start making his way up towards O'Regan, he needs to start doing it soon. However, with Jansen so close behind, it seems like he's going to be compromised. It is going to be 1 more lap. All of these drivers pushing right to the edge of these track limits. In fact, I think both the 20 and the 11 were wide that time, so they're going to be getting a track limits warning. Big gap now behind to the chasing pack. Ben Payne still defending though. It's now Jaden Giles in 7th position. The best battle on track now is the battle that's happening for 3rd position. Rory O'Regan seems to have gotten that 2nd place nicely sewn up now. He's taking the racing line as he wants. So it is between Johnson, Jansen and Suji for 3rd position. Every point vital in these heat races. Ooh, a bit of a send there from Jansen, and big contact made with Johnson. Is he going to keep that position? Shuffles him wide. Suji going for the undercut. Looks like Johnson's going to lose 2 positions through that little exchange. As they go by side up towards the line. But it is going to be Jack Goldsmith who wins this race. He's not even in sight, is how much he won that race by. Rory O'Regan in second, but 6.8 seconds behind. Caleb Jansen in third. However, it'd be interesting to see if the stewards have something to say about that move. Seemed like he was a little bit out of control as he smashed into Johnson at the bottom of the hill. Johnson tried to keep his foot in it. Johnson was able to hold on to fourth place ahead of Suji by just 8 thousandths of a second, the difference between fourth and fifth. Good drive by Ben Paynes as well, keeping hold of that sixth position under a lot of pressure from that chasing pack behind, which was comprised of Jupp van Leitenhorst, Jaden Giles, Sam Esery, Callum Oatley, and rounds out the top 10. Rest of this 19-kart grid made up by Aidan Dancer, Jack Lead, Matt Ellis, Claudia Lance-Jones, Martin Russell, Matthew Clark, Darcy Batty, Samantha Barron, and Oliver Thurkettle in what is a very disappointing drive from Oliver, who started in 9th position, finishing down towards the back. But we are now officially halfway through the first heats for each driver. So now half of the drivers will have done a race and half of them will not have. Very, very long wait if you're in the last heat. But we are going to be back again very, very soon for heat number 6.
Yeah, you?
And here we go for heat number 6, the third of the heavyweight heats so far in this year's Kart Race of Champions. Big names in this race. Most of all, Mark Puxty, starting from pole position. The 2-time reigning champion in this event in the heavyweight category is Mark. He's won it both of the last 2 years, in 2024 and 2023. Racing for the Accelerate Kent Brewery, who have got a couple of Butmore Park 24-hour races under their belts as well. On pole by just 0.02 of a second, though, from Sam Lukes, with an excellent qualifying session as well from Vito Dakers in 3rd position. Ben Pickard in 4th, Wesley Carr 5th, Jason Bolson in 6th, Bright Onsemwije in 7th, Saul Gregory, BIKC heavyweight finalist, in 8th position, Paul Lynn for Lifford 9th, Tom Davies 10th, The rest of this 19-kart grid, once again, is made up by Scott Revel, Sean Atherton, Danny Everest, Jake Purnell, Adam Preston, Tom Porter, William Rumsey, and then we actually have 2 dropouts in this race from my understanding. So it seems like it's going to be 17 karts once again for this race. But all eyes will be on Puxty, who actually announced recently that he was going to be retiring from rental kart racing after this event, from what he said on his social media. So if that is the case, very young still, at just 28. But when you've won this event twice, there's not particularly much more that you could do. A local to this track is Puxty. I remember racing against him last year and seeing him pass me and then disappear into the distance. He's also the 2023 Buckmore Park Sprint Champion, 2023 Buckmore Park Drivers Driver of the Year. Many accolades to his name has Puxty. 2023 George Adams Memorial winner. 3 times a runner-up in the Buckmore Park 24-hour as well with Kent Brewery Accelerate Racing. And also overall runner-up in the 2024 Buckmore Park 24 hours. So probably the driver in this field who has done one of the largest number of laps, but we'll have to see if that pays off for him from pole position. So we're about to get underway for heat number 6. We have seen that second place though get better launches so far today. So we'll have to see if that is indeed the case for this time as well. Visors down, look to the lights. And we are underway for heat number 6. Again, poor start from the pole sitter. Mark Puxty already under a little bit of pressure for the race lead. But unlike some of his compatriot pole sitters, he has been able to maintain that lead. Mark Puxty definitely knows how to win a race around this circuit. Good start as well from Vito Dakers. Only managed the C final last year in heavyweights, but he'll be very happy to qualify 3rd and go up into 2nd position. You can just see the gap that Puxty has already accrued at the front of this field. So we're side by side down into the bottom of the hill. Puxty will be very happy with this one. There's a couple of drivers. The number 4 there of Saul Gregory in the black suit, rattling across that apex curb. But it's been a dream start so far for Mark Puxty in kart number 6. He already leads by a significant margin ahead of Vito Dekers. You'd have to say at least a 2nd is that gap. Good start as well from Vito. Side by side a little bit further down the order between the number 8 of Jason Bolton and the number 17 of Ben Pickard, just sorting themselves out. There's actually been a huge incident just out of shot throughout the chicane. I hope we can get a camera on that so we can see it, but there are currently blocks scattered all over the circuit. Vito not worrying too much about defending from the number 15 of Sam Lukes, perhaps knows that his pace isn't quite front running. For the first time today, we have yellow flags going down into turn number 1. All yellow flags are all on the circuit. So it took a while, but we did get our first incident of the day. You can see the marshals there just repairing the barriers. Just a few seconds ago, those were scattered across the track. Not quite sure what happened there, but I have a few theories, one of which probably that some people tried to go too wide through a section where you can't go too wide. Drivers doing the old Club 100 trick through yellow flags of acknowledging it, putting their hand up in the air, and then just completely keeping it flat out. But hey, if race control is all good with that, then can't be criticised. So Sam Luke's now up into 2nd place ahead of Vito. Vito not really defending that position. Very heads-up driving from Vito. Knows that these races are all about scoring points, scoring his best positions. He knows that if he starts defending from Sam Luke's, that he's probably not going to get as many points as he would by just trying to get the minimum possible race time. Battle now further behind. That's between the 8 of Jason Bolton and the 17 of Ben Pickard. Or actually, no, it's between the 8 and the 9 of Bright Onsamwiji. Been a bit of a theme in these heavyweight races so far that the qualifying order is a little bit more representative of the race pace, so that's why we're seeing these gaps starting to appear. The field starting to stretch out, but Dacre's perhaps a little bit out of position, under a bit of pressure from Ben Pickard now. You can see the train still very close in the midfield, but driver's not really going side by side at all. So now as Sam Lukes starts to chase after Mark Puxty, I should say. Now a battle for third between Vito Dacres and Ben Pickard. Ben Pickard is able to get that move done. Gives a little thumbs up to Vito. Universal sign for either thank you for letting me through or let's work together. Perhaps a little bit of a combination of both. But Mark Puxty continues to lead at the front of this field. Last time out, one of the fastest drivers on the circuit, but Ben Pickard actually set the fastest up of this race so far with a 51.5 last time round. Ben Pickard racing for Paragon Racing. Again, the field nicely spread out now after just a few minutes into this race. Saul Gregory in the number 4 has somehow made his way up into 5th place, gaining 2 positions on that last lap. And something's happened to the number 8 of Jason Bolton as he's dropped 10 places. So either he's had a mechanical issue, a spin, or he's had an incident otherwise. So Mark Puxty, 2-time defending and reigning champion in this category, in the heavyweight category for kart racing champions. Definitely not a feat to be scoffed at. I think a man of his experience of this event will know what to do when he's 1.7 seconds up the road with nothing but clear air in front of him. He'll be able to pump in those lap times. And now a battle developing for second position actually between Sam Lukes and Ben Pickard. Ben Pickard, the fastest driver on the track by actually a huge margin. Puxty, despite being in clean air, is struggling to get below a 51.5, whereas Pickard is in the 51 zeros. So half a second a lap faster each lap from Pickard. If he can make this move quickly on Sam Lukes, he could be challenging for this race win towards the end of this race. But it's all about how much time he loses behind Sam Lukes and how much Sam Lukes chooses to defend. The answer is a lot. Sam Lukes not interested in losing this second position. Perhaps has realised that his pace is pretty comparable to Mark Puxty. Mark Puxty with a track limits warning last time round. And actually a black flag awarded a couple of minutes ago to the number 9 of Bright Onsamwiji, which has seen him fall right to the bottom of this grid. So that means that Paul Lifford is now up into now into 6th place, kart number 3. Danny Everest up into 7th. Sam Lukes has actually now lost that second position to Ben Pickard, it would seem. Vito Dacres now under a bit of pressure from Saul Gregory, who for much of the final of this year's British Universities Karting Championship in the heavyweight final, he led the race before a controversial red flag, which meant that upon the restart he lost that race win. I think since that started he's began racing outdoor. So it's good to see that he's honing his craft outdoor. He's obviously very quick indoor as well. So he has now made that move. Crucially for Ben Pickard as well is he has now made that move as well past Sam Lukes. So Sam Lukes' defence, while it was enthusiastic, was in a little bit of vain. Mark Puxty has upped his pace, but only by a couple of tenths of a second. There is still 4 minutes to go, so you'd say probably 5 or 6 laps remaining in this race. So if Ben Pickard uses this clean air and continues pumping in these lap times, he's actually just set a purple middle sector as well. He definitely has the pace to catch up to Puxley at the front of this field after starting fourth on the grid. Let's have a look at some of the big movers in this race. Puxley obviously from pole. Saul Gregory has made his way up from 8th position now up into 4th, so a good drive from, as I said, the former BIKC heavyweight national finalist. Danny Everest, good drive from him, up to 6th place from 13th on the grid. Likewise, Sean Atherton in 7th from 12th on the grid. Some of the big losers include Jason Bolton, who after starting 6th now down to 12th place. Vito Dacre's doing well to hold on to the back of Saul Gregory here. Vito will be very happy with a 5th place in this event after only qualifying for the bottom final last year. So now that our top 2 are in a little bit of clean air, we'll be able to see what their relative pace is. Mark Puxley again with a new personal best lap last time round of 51.28. Well, actually, last time round it was a 51.48 compared to Ben Pickard's 51.1. So he's lost 0.3 of a second on that last lap. Keep an eye on this front battle. This race is not over yet, folks. And this is a quick lap now from Ben Pickard. He's purple through sectors 1 and 2. On for a new fastest lap of this race. You can see the distinctive blue suit, white helmet of Puxley in front. A huge 0.6 of a second taken out of that gap last time round. And first driver now into the 50 seconds now is Ben Pickard, 50.8 last time round. Another purple middle sector. Gap now down to just 0.8 of a second. Still 2 minutes left to go in this race. Plenty of time for Pickard to close up to the back of Puxley and make this move. Although Puxley, you know, is not going to make it very difficult. It is rather going to make it very difficult for him. Puxley now, first time in this race, he's had a little look over his shoulder. He's perhaps sensed the danger approaching from behind. Just see the difference in the pace of Ben Pickard at the moment. Good pace from Sam Lukes. He is matching Mark Puxley's pace out front. Another purple lap from Ben Pickard going to a lower 50.8. And now the battle for the lead is on. Mark Puxley feeling the need to go defensive into hairpin 1. Side by side into hairpin 2. Very difficult to get a switchback move done here. And that proving to be the case again. But it seems like Ben Pickard does have the pace to get this move done. Whether he's going to run out of time or not is the question. Takes a wider, better line there. Little bump on the left-hand side there, which allows you to rotate the rear of the car out. These Sodi karts do like to understeer by nature. So the more front end you can put in it, the better. Sam Lukes on his own a bit in 3rd. Saul Gregory up to 4th now. Last lap now between our leaders, side by side as they approach the line. Oh, this would be an audacious move by Ben Pickard, trying to go all the way around the outside, but crucially, there's a yellow flag in sector 1. So Ben Pickard just having to get out of it. Can't make that move. Ben Pickard's going to have half a lap left to make this move. It's going to be 1 or 2 places. It's going to be either at the bottom of the hill or into Garda. Which one does he pick? Chooses Garda. Chooses to set it up through the bottom of the hill. Does get a better run. He's going to have to be a very, very late move. But Mark Puxley fenced that off nicely enough. Well, it was a fantastic drive from Ben Pickard. And actually, they're going to be side by side across the line. Oh, closest race finish we've seen so far today. Very, very well done to our top 2. Ben Pickard just 0.04 of a second behind Puxley. But you'd have to say going into this race that the favourite has come away with the victory. Mark Puxley, from pole position, takes the win in that one. The 2-time reigning heavyweight champion in this event, getting his day off to the perfect start. But let's run through the overall positions then of this 17-kart strong grid. Puxley takes the win ahead of Ben Pickard, who did set the fastest lap in that race by an excellent 0.2 of a second. Sam Luke's in third, good drive from him. Saul Gregory, good drive from him as well, 8th to 4th. Excellent drive from Danny Everest, who started in 13th, making his way all the way up to 5th. He'll be happy with that recovery drive. Vito Dacre's not quite having the pace at the front of this field, but he did well to minimise his race time, finishing just 1,000th of a second actually behind Everest across the line. Sean Atherton 7th, Paul Lifford in 8th, Wesley Carr 9th, Jason Bolton in 10th rounds out our top 10. And then Scott Revel, Tom Davies, Tom Porter, Bright Osemwiji, who did get a black flag in that race but recovered to 14th, Jake Purnell, William Rumsey and Adam Preston round out that 17 kart heat. Well, back to the lightweights very, very soon. And we're going to be back in just a few minutes for heat number 7. Well, here we go. We're about to get underway for heat number 7, the 4th of the lightweight heats. Sam Jewell on pole in this one, racing for the TRX team. Very good pole time, a 50.3. Much closer margin for pole in this one that we've seen from some of our other lightweight qualifying sessions. Jerry Van Bussel starts alongside him with Jack Frey and Ollie Smith rounding out row number 2. Visors down as they look to the lights. And they are underway. Are we going to see once again the trend of the outside driver getting a better start? It would seem not quite. So Sam Jewell of the TRX team does lead through turns number 1 and 2. Goes slightly defensive, but actually locks his brakes a little bit going into hairpin 1. That has ceded the lead to Jerry Van Buren in the 25. dust being kicked up there as they try to go, and they're almost 5 wide on the exit of hairpin number 2. Hopefully trying to sort themselves out through the chicane. Very difficult to go more than 2 wide through there. Dream start for Jerry Van Bussel, and actually Ollie Smith being pressured by Jack Frey there in the number 10. It's not been a good lap for Sam Jewell in the number 5 after leading through turns 1 and 2, locked the brakes a little bit. But we've got yellow flags now actually in the final sector of the lap, hence why the hands have gone up. Difficult to see if there are yellow flags still out in the second sector, in the first sector of the lap. I don't believe there are. So I think we're back to full racing speed. So just a confirmation there, it is Jerry Van Bussel who leads ahead of Jack Frey. Sam Jewell in 3rd after starting on pole position. Paul Nicolai in 4th place, up from 6th. With Jaden Lyford up to 5th from 8th position as we go side by side down into the bottom of the hill. But this top 4 are starting now to break away from the rest of the pack behind. The general trend we're seeing for today so far is that these lightweight races seem to be more fast and furious, more battle heavy than the heavyweight races, which are much slower burners, likely due to a slightly larger field spread in the heavyweight races. Jack Frey having a look up the inside. You could see this kart squirming as he was on the edge of traction for the brakes, but actually his late move caused Jerry Van Bussel in number 25 to go super wide on the exit, which allowed Jack Frey to take the lead anyway. So Jack Frey from 3rd on the grid will be very happy with the progress that he's made so far. But still these top 4 close together. You can see the teal suit of the TRX drivers in 3rd and 4th, both of those teammates. Sam Jewell racing for the TRX Elite team, while Paul Nicolai is racing for just TRX Motorsport. These top 4 again as they cross the line, 1, 2 and 3 going defensive into turn 1, allowing our pole sitter Sam Jewell in 4th to go take the normal racing line, which has allowed them to close up. Jack Frey going defensive into turn number 1. Racing for the Buckmore Bandits team. He has plenty of experience. You can see how he's leaning through hairpin number 2, kicking the rear of the car up to get it rotated. As you go into hairpin 2, the tarmac changes, and actually the slight difference in elevation causes some unsettling. Oh, big lunge from Jerry Van Bussel in number 25. Is he going to keep the place? Certainly seems like he is. Very on the limit, that move, but that has caused this group behind to close right up, which contains also Ollie Smith, who's a former top 3 finisher here at Kart Race of Champions. He's got plenty of experience around this circuit. So Jerry Van Bussel, after getting up into the lead from 2nd, losing it very briefly, and then back into the lead again. So it's been less than 4 minutes of this race, and he's already had a fairly interesting one. But the main battle now is the battle as they go 3 wide for about 5th place. But these top 2, if they work together, they seem to have the pace on the rest of this field at this stage of the race. Although the 23 of Paul Nicolai is trying to keep hold. Jerry Van Bussel again going defensive. So what we're seeing from these lightweight races is that they seem to involve a lot more battling than the heavyweight ones do. Even drivers at the very back of the field, I believe that's the number 29 of Joshua Ball in 12th place, not happy with the antics of whoever he's battling. And again, side by side, was that a round the outside move from Jerry Van Bussel? I think that was more Jack Frey trying to keep his nose pinned up the inside. Watch the black suit, red helmet of Jack Frey as he comes into hairpin 2. You can see how much he tries and gets the rear of the kart lifted off the ground to get it rotated. You can see how much Jerry Van Bussel is cutting that corner as well. Jerry Van Bussel, the lightweight driver from the Netherlands, just 19 years of age. 2024 Dutch Endurance Champion. He's also competed in the Karting World Championship as well. So Jack Frey, despite having many laps under his belt at this track, is against a quick competitor. Paul Nicolai just waiting in the wings in third place. But these top two need to make sure that they don't battle too much, because this battle for fourth down to sixth is still well within reach of this lead battle. And actually Jack Frey a little bit compromised, having to defend from Paul Nicolai through the chicane. And that's just allowed a little bit of a gap for Jerry Van Bussel. Can he use this gap to his advantage? It's the best opportunity he's had so far in this race. First time that he's not had to feel the need to go defensive into guard the corner out of the bottom of the circuit. So we're seeing distinct groups starting to form now in this train. But it would seem like the main group first down to ninth seem to be in this main battle, separated by just 2.2 seconds as they crossed the line last time round. So with 5 minutes left to go in this race, any one of this top two, down to the number 30 of Jay Hansford, could still be in with a chance of this race win. Last time round for Jerry Van Bussel out front, within a tenth of his personal best, so he is giving it a good go at the front of this field, is the Dutch driver. And now Jack Frey under pressure from the 23 of Paul Nicolai behind. This is exactly what Jerry Van Bussel will want at the front of this field. He needs to take advantage of this battling behind. All very well behaved between this group. And now that it's just started to stretch out a bit, this top 9 perhaps becoming a top 5. This is the biggest gap that Jerry Van Bussel has had in this race, and actually Jack Frey still having to go defensive. But it doesn't seem like Jerry Van Bussel's pace is that strong out at the front, despite him having the clean air, despite him being able to take the racing line that he would want to. He's not quite able to break away at the front of this field. So you'd have to argue if any of these guys behind can isolate Jerry without having to worry about the group behind, like Jack Frey is doing at this precise moment. As you can see, almost loses it on the brakes, how late Jack Frey is braking. A little bit of side-by-side action between the number 3 and the number 9. The number 3 of Molly Smith being forced all the way out, outside of track limits. Top 9 has become a top 4 now, with a group battling behind, chasing group. Jerry Van Bussel now under big pressure from Jack Frey. Jack Frey looking down the inside, but he is compromised round the outside. You don't see that move very often through hairpin number 1. The 23, he's got his nose in. They're 3 wide through hairpin number 2. Paul Nicolai recognises that he was the aggressor there, and he concedes the place. Smart heads-up driving from Paul there, because even a small penalty in a group this close could have big effects. And actually immediately Andrew Hughes, who's come out of nowhere from the very depths of this battle in the lower half of the top 10, is now battling over third position. But it is our top 2 that we've seen so far throughout this race, Jerry Van Bussel and Jack Frey, who continue to lead. 3 minutes to go. Jerry having a little look over the right. Jack choosing the racing line, maybe to get a cutback. This cutback move, it doesn't work very well into hairpin number 2, as we've seen. Jack Frey leaning super far in his seat to cock that rear inside wheel off the ground. Almost pushing Van Bussel down the hill is Jack Frey. This is one of the best opportunities that Jack Frey has had. He has a little look over his shoulder just to assess where the people behind him are, whether he can take the racing line or not. Pretty heads-up driving that from Frey. Side by side in the lower reaches of the top 10. 2.5 minutes to go. Paul Nicolai, as he has been all throughout this race, is there or thereabouts, ready to pounce. Crucially for Van Bussel though, not feeling like he has to go defensive. Is Frey going to throw out the inside? He definitely had a go, but he was admittedly very far back going into hairpin 2. Hairpin 2, a very tricky corner because the apex is actually shaped like half of a square, if you would imagine, with 2 corners, 2 sharp corners to it. You want to make sure that you hit that second one. First one isn't really that important. Very different to the traditional hairpin of hairpin 1 just before it. Just over 1.5 minutes left to go in this race. I think we're going to have 2 more laps. Track limit and contact warnings coming in for most of the field at this point, especially those in the midfield. Seems to be getting a little bit argy-bargy. Again, Van Bussel shapes with a defensive move. Is Frey going to lunge it down the inside this time? No. Van Bussel thinks has covered it off nicely. And now Sam Jewell, our pole sitter, who we haven't really talked about much in this race, is back on level terms with this top 3. 0.8 of a second gap between 3rd and 4th as they cross the line, which is a vast yawning chasm in rental karting. And you can see now Van Bussel has no intention of relinquishing this race lead. He's held it for pretty much the entire race. Excellent defensive drive from Van Bussel if he's managing to hold on to it. Final lap of the race as they cross the line. Is Jack Frey going to throw out the inside into turn 1? That is a very risky move, as your competitor can just turn across you. And a huge send up the inside, actually, that from Ollie Smith, taking all the way over the curb to gain about 3 positions in one corner, as they're 4 wide coming out of hairpin number 2. It seems like this battling behind is going to be enough for Van Bussel. He has stretched out a small gap now, to the extent where he doesn't need to go defensive. Ollie Smith still picking fights with everyone in this top half of the top 10. Jack Frey seeming to consolidate 2nd position now. Well, it has been an absolutely fantastic defensive drive from the Dutch driver. Joe Van Bussel wins heat number 7 at Kart Race of Champions in a fantastic defensive performance. Didn't quite have the best lap time in that race. That one actually went to Sam Jewell, who in the number 5 car, who had a best lap of a 50.6 compared to 51.0s for all of the top 3. But with all that being said, let's run through the let's run through the results from heat number 7. So it was Joe Van Bussel who took the win by just 0.4 of a second ahead of Jack Frey, who in turn was just 1/10 of a second clear of Paul Nicolai of TRX. Sam Jewell 4th place and fastest lap ahead of Ollie Smith, who was picking fights with most people in that top 10 throughout the second half of that race. Jay Hansford in 6th, Andrew Hughes 7th, Toby McAllister Brown for someone, another member of the Buckmore Bandits team that Jack Frey is a part of, for someone who has so many laps of this track under his belt, perhaps maybe a little bit disappointed with 8th. Chris Bowers in 9th, and Andy Liu, one of our Asian drivers representing China, rounding out the top 10. Chris Clisborn 11th again for someone with so much experience, perhaps a little bit disappointed with that result. Then comes Jaden Lifford, Joshua Ball, Scott Clennigan, Ollie Cooper-Welton, Reese Barker, Amelia Charlesworth, Robert Shevlin and Sinclair Green rounds out the finishing order for heat number 7. Well, just one more heat left to go before the mandatory refueling break. But we'll be back in just a few minutes with heat number 8.
just went down and thought, shit, I don't really like it in the water. Okay, cool. I'm going to get back because they are refueling now. But they've done about 6. Practice 8,
wish it could run. Especially the top.
That's why I went to the You have the ball. I know you don't. Like 2 degrees.
Well, here we go. After that fueling break, we are about to get underway once again with our heat races this afternoon. Going into this evening, heat number 8 to this one, so the 4th one today of our heavyweight drivers. We'll get you a grid when we can. Provisionally there, it's not available, but I'm sure it will be available once they cross the line to start the live timing. When that marshal at the front of the grid points across to those lights and moves out of the way, you know the race is about to start. And we are underway for the second batch of heat races this afternoon for the 2025 Kart Race of Champions. Can't tell you exactly who it is. In fact, I can tell you who it is. It's the number 30 of Todd White. I recognise him by the Maple Motorsport suit he's got on, the distinctive white and red. That team very, very active in endurance racing all around the country, both in Daytona races, Butmore Park, and also in various other events and championships, including Club 73. So Todd White continuing the theme that we've seen so far today, which is that the odds, the even side of the grid rather, are getting the better start. So once again, the pole sitter of the number 3 of Daniel Moore losing the lead. In fact, Daniel Moore losing more than just the lead, as it is Mark O'Grady now in the number 9, who currently leads, who currently is following behind in second place rather. But a dream start from the number 30 of Todd White, who was an A finalist here last year. So after starting from second, he has made his way up into the lead in a pretty dream start, you'd have to say, from the Maple Motorsport driver. There's some jostling further behind. Todd White, who actually finished 3rd overall in the heavyweights in this event last year, representing Club 73, but has won many solo and endurance championships and races. And already he's stretching out a gap in front. He's done many laps around. William Woods in the distinctive purple and green colour scheme, currently in 3rd position behind Mark O'Grady. Mark, the 50-year-old British driver, previously finished in the top 40 overall here, looking to do better than that this year. But William Woods is currently all over the back of him. Very strong start from the driver in kart number 17, and immediately goes up the inside. So William Woods takes 2nd position then from Mark O'Grady. In fact, a fantastic start from William, starting from 6th on the grid. He's already up into 2nd, fastest lap of the race so far. Already into the mid-51s. As with all other motorsport, the kart's taking a couple of laps to get back up to temperature with regards to the brakes, the engine, and most especially the tyres. So at the front of this field, we would expect to see these front runners pushing down towards 50-odd second lap times. But it is Todd White who is having it all his own way at the front of this field. He currently leads. William Woods up into 2nd position. The top 4 a bit spread out at the minute. See the distinctive white and red suit of the Maple Motorsport, so called because of their connection to the Canadian flag. However, when I questioned Martin Webster, the team founder and team principal, you'd have to say, of Maple Motorsport, I asked him why they'd chosen that colour scheme, if they had any Canadian family members. And he said, no, it's because one of the streets that we were on was called Maple Avenue. So despite none of these drivers actually being from Canada, they do race in the Canadian colours. Definitely makes them distinctive to see. But Todd White having a little look over his shoulder because William Woods is approaching onto the back of him. New fastest lap of the race for William Woods, a 51.0. A full half a second faster than Todd White out in front. But Todd White, the 2nd fastest driver on the track, already feeling the need to go defensive. But you'd have to say with the pace that William Woods is showing at the minute, it might be in vain for Todd, with still 8 minutes left to go in this race. But you would think that he is going to try to defend this win. In fact, the worst that he is probably likely to do is drop down and fight Mark O'Grady for 2nd position. The kind of pace he's putting in at the minute. No to tell as they cross the line. William Woods just pulling out to have a little look, trying to dummy Todd White so he can get up his inside. Todd White covering it off well there. A little bit of contact on the exit. William Woods got the overlap. And nicely done from the driver of number 17, taking that position. But Todd White is going to go back up the inside of him. Fantastic scrapping. But what happens when you go up the inside is that the person you've gone up the inside of gets a better exit. William Woods in kart number 17 keeps hold of that lead position. So now we'll have to see if he has the pace at the front of this field to try and break away from Todd White. You'd have to say that if he has the pace at the front of this field, or the pace that he showcased earlier in this race, he should be able to build a decent gap. Last time round, even while overtaking Todd White, one of the fastest laps in this entire field. See as we come through, as a big lunge there from kart number 23 of Lewis Apayegel on the number 3 of Daniel Moore. Daniel Moore just managing to keep hold of it. This is the battle for 7th. In fact, Lewis doing a pretty similar move to what we saw William Woods do on Todd White on the previous lap. The number 20 of Dom Hughes Clary of the TRX. You can tell by the TRX teal coloured suit. Founded by Amanda Tricker and the Tricker family, TRX. Huge organisation they've got there by now. Many drivers under contract there. So William Woods, purple sector 1 on that last lap, but not quite pressing away in the way that we would expect him to. It seems like Todd White has started to respond in lap time, perhaps making use of that slipstream down the main straight as well. Slipstream here worth at least a tenth or two a lap. Would be probably worth more for these heavyweight drivers as well, as they tend to be taller or wider, these drivers, so they'll create more of a draft behind them. So William Woods perhaps a little bit less experienced than Todd White. Todd has been there and done it. So this will be a test for the young man in kart number 17. Because now that he's got into the lead, it is still challenging to break away at the front of this pack, because you're now the one being chased. And Todd White now has a target to aim for. You can see that now as we approach sort of 5:30 in the evening here, UK time. The sun just starting to make its way down, and the shadows lengthening, at least on the upper part of the circuit. For most of the year, that part of the circuit is never really fully dry because it's overhung by trees. But it certainly is dry today, as we're seeing lap times down near the 50s and the 49s actually we saw from Thomas Ronhart earlier during qualifying. So Todd White is doing very well here to hang on to the back of kart number 17. In fact, last time they crossed the line, just 700ths of a second separating them. Todd White has responded in terms of best lap. Their best lap separated now by just 0.02 of a second. Fastest driver on track actually is, though, the number 23 of Lewis Apayegel, who we saw battling earlier. Independent driver, not part of any team, just driving for himself. Actually setting a purple lap last lap and a purple sector 3. So we'll have to keep an eye on his progress, because he's only 4 seconds off the lead and only 2 seconds off third place. So he could be battling with Mark O'Grady, assuming that he makes effective progress. In fact, we're having a little look back at the number 23 of Lewis. Makes that move on the number 12 of John King. So we'll see what kind of progress he can make in the black suit, black helmet. Our front two, though, pretty much matching lap times. Todd White a couple of tenths slower on that last lap, perhaps being dragged along a bit by William Woods' slipstream. But back up the inside actually goes the number 12 of John King. So after making that move, did Lewis. John King back up the inside, so perhaps didn't consolidate that position well enough. Big old gap, you'd have to say, though, after 6th. So this top 6 are probably locked in. It's just which order they're going to finish. again, continuing the theme that we've seen so far today. The lightweight races, furious, lots of battling, whereas the heavyweight races seem to be a bit more calm, a bit more chilled out. And they seem to pretty much qualify in the order that their race pace is, so they just stretch out like a slinky. Todd White, 1/10 of a, in fact half a tenth faster than William Wood on that last lap. So these top two pretty much trading lap times at the minute. But Todd White, of course, being helped by the slipstream down the main straight. So we'd have to say he's probably going to struggle to get back onto the back of William, unless he makes a mistake. Mark O'Brady, pretty comfortable in third place as it would currently stand, with Bran van den Ayen in fourth position. Bran, actually 17-year-old Belgian driver, his first kart race of champions, making the trip over the channel. Multiple 24-hour race wins to his name as well. We've got a little bit of battling further down the field. You can see that lovely new tarmac that Butmore has laid around Cafe Curve. Still very close, these top two. In fact, Todd White using his experience to try and see where he can gain a little bit more lap time off William. William's actually dropped off these last couple of laps. A few tenths off his PB, whereas Todd White is lapping within about half a tenth of his personal best. So even though William's probably got the better one lap pace, it seems Todd is the more consistent of the two at the minute. And now William under a bit of pressure. Todd has closed that gap back up again, using that experience. But it seems like we're only going to get one more lap in this race. So if he is going to retake that lead, he's not going to have many opportunities to do it. And it seems like William just gets a little bit better drive out of Garda and down the main straight than car number 30. Final lap of this race. Todd White not close enough into hairpin 1. It'll be a very late move if he has a look into hairpin 2. A little bit of a better line though. So he does have two overtaking opportunities left in this lap. First one down into the bottom of the hill. Just coming up now. Is he going to go wider and go for a lunge? No. He's going to try and set it up better. He's going to have one opportunity left as Todd White to get this race win. Is he going to send it up the inside? Oh, not quite. Would have been a very, very late move into Garda. Thinking carefully though, these top two. So it is going to be William Woods who takes the win from 6th place on the grid. A fantastic drive from kart number 17. Todd White started second, finished second. Can't be less than satisfied with that. Mark O'Grady, pretty lonely race from him in 4th. 4 seconds behind Todd White in second, but a couple seconds clear of the rest of the field. Although in a competition like this, perhaps a lonely race isn't a bad thing to have, assuming you're near the front. Special shout out to Lewis Apoyegi. Did manage to get up into 4th place in kart number 23. Started 19th on the grid, did Lewis. Fastest lap of the race as well. The only driver to get into the 50s, a 50.8 compared to 51.0s of the two leaders. So Lewis will be very satisfied with that recovery drive, you'd have to say. Bran van den Ayen, the Belgian driver, 5th place in his first Kart Racer Champions race. Rest of the grid being, or rest of the results, I should say, being made up of John King in 6th, Dom Hughes-Clary 7th, Tristan Boydell 8th, Daniel Moore 9th, and Terry Ewan rounding out the top 10. Second page is comprised of Matthew Baxter, Sahib Chana, Barry Weller, Jordan Bolton, Dave Sumner, Malcolm Model, Alex Haig, and Bradley Trevet made up your 18 kart grid for heat number 8. We are now officially halfway through the heats for today, the Saturday of Kart Race of Champions. And we'll be back very, very shortly for heat number 9, the final first heat for the lightweight drivers.
just tight because there's that 1 second where I'm waiting, they disappear behind the tree and then emerge. So if you give me just a bit more space, rather than being, I don't know what the shot is, if it's, I don't know, what's that, 20, if it's 15, so it may take a difference. And then,
So you do want to put the tree in?
I do, right, that sort of shot's fine, right, but when you're too tight in, I'm waiting a little bit too long for them to emerge. Whereas if I've got a bit of tree, it sort of joins up their down and stops when you start. Yeah. Just continue with it and then the left bit. That's what I just want to show you. If you can do this next one, I get it. Alex appreciates that. I just want to see what difference it looks with a light race. That was heavy. So this is looking fast. So I just want to see what if you can do this one and then we'll go back on. Yeah, cool.
And here we go, we're about to get underway with the final first heat for the lightweight drivers, heat number 9 overall. Big names in this heat, most namely our pole sitter, Cameron Dass, obviously runs his YouTube channel all about karting, former Formula champion as well. The American driver starting on pole position ahead of Ross Honeyman. Other drivers to look out for include Peter Knight and Tom Webster in this race as well. We're about to get underway for heat number 9, the final first heat for the lightweight drivers, and we are underway. Seems like a pretty poor start for Cameron Dass on the right-hand side. He's already been chopped off by the second place starter of Ross Honeyman in kart number 12. And actually, it's been an ideal start from Honeyman as Dass immediately going hyper defensive to try and keep that second place. Importantly, he doesn't get swallowed up. Side by side for 3rd and 4th between Knight and Webster. A single file. Cameron Dass is actually going to be done on the downhill. You don't often see moves through that section of the track. I think that's Peter Knight who's made that move in the number 8, keeping his foot planted. Indeed, it was Peter Knight, and Tom Webster's going to immediately follow him through. So Cameron Dass having a pretty nightmare start to this race, going from 1st all the way down to 4th. Just seemed to lack drive out of the chicane, which is a flat-out section. So. Be very interesting to see what he did wrong in that part of the track. But actually now Cameron Dass having a look back on Tom Webster, and Reese Kello putting the elbows out, taking 2 positions in 1, deciding, you know what, I'm just going to shuffle you guys out of the way. And actually a better run out of hairpin number 2 for the 11 of Federico. Federico Contesi in kart number 11 that was. So Reese Kello, after claiming a few positions, has lost some as well to Callum Jones. These lightweight heats continuing to deliver with the ferocity of the race, and Cameron Dass just falling like a stone throughout the order in kart number 8. But as they cross the line, it is our top 2 who have a very decent advantage over the rest of the field. Ross Honeyman leads Peter Knight by just over 0.4 of a second. They're nearly 3 seconds back from the leaders now, is the number 11 of Federico Contesi. Callum Jones in the number 1 kart and the distinctive pink helmet in 4th position, with Reese Kello in the very bright orange, white and purple colour scheme behind. I'll tell you what else is bright, it's the neon from the number 20 of Peter Knight's suit. Very easy to spot in this top 2 battle. In fact, he's gotten a much better exit through the bottom of the hill, and he's immediately going to take the position, is the number 20 of Peter Knight. Very nicely worked move, that one. Peter Knight, the 21-year-old British driver, races in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship, a very high caliber series. Is in fact a 3-time champion between 2021 and 2023, but he is battling with the number 12 of Ross Honeyman. Ross Honeyman sends it up the inside. These 2 side by side, no one else around them. Ross Honeyman does very, very well to keep hold of that position after losing it down at the far end of the track on the previous lap. Ross Honeyman, again, another young driver, 18 years old. Scottish driver racing the British Rental College Championship as again another move, same part of the track from the number 20 of Peter Knight. He takes the lead back. Now, can he hold on to it this time round? He's got some clear air back to Ross Honeyman this time round. These two do seem to have the pace over the rest of the field. Although purple sectors for Federico and Callum respectively on that last lap, so they are giving it a good go. So this top six have broken into sort of three distinct duels now. We've got the battle for first, the battle for third, and the battle for fifth. It seems as though Peter Knight has got the pace at the front of this field. Fastest lap of the race last time out, 51.0. We would expect to see that come down by just a few more tenths. It'll be interesting to see as we get later into the evening what effect that will have on the lap times. Typically the best lap times are set when the air temperature is cool, but the track is still warm. So we're going to get into some ideal conditions later this evening. You want cool air for the engine to run more efficiently. Hot track temperature allows the tyres to become more sticky. But even that section of the circuit there, just under a little bit of shadow, will just be losing just a noticeable amount of grip. So drivers may have to adjust their driving style. These top two, though, still breaking away. Fastest lap of the race last time round for Federico in third. Just a couple of tenths faster than the two leaders. So this could become a four-way battle for the lead as he's dragging Callum Jones along with him. Just seems like Peter Knight has the pace on Ross Honeyman at the minute. And if Ross gets caught up in a battle with Federico and Callum, that could hand the race win to Peter quite easily. Another new fastest lap of the race for Peter Knight out front. First driver down into the 50s, a 50.917. Purple middle sector as well. Seems like Ross Honeyman is a little bit stronger in that first half of the lap. But Peter Knight obviously stronger at the bottom section of the track. That's what enabled him to make the move at the bottom of the hill. Not once, not twice. This is normally a very difficult move to pull off at the best of circumstances. Seems like this top five just maintaining order from now they are. This is probably one of the most one of the races we've seen so far where you have to rely on the best lap time that you can throw down. This top five all delivering lap times within just a few tenths of each other. Federico joins Peter Knight in the 50s. Another new fastest lap of the race for Peter Knight, but only improving on his best lap by just a small margin. This top five now have broken away. Peter Knight of the Nameless Motorsport team. Unsure whether he was a member of the team that secured the win here at the Buckmore Park 24-hour just a few weeks ago. But if he was, that would definitely explain his blistering pace around the track as it currently stands. We've already seen a heat win for Nameless Motorsport today in the form of Jack Goldsmith. And actually Peter Knight is continuing to extend his advantage at the front of the field. The only one in this top three that's managing to match him for pace at the minute is Federico Contesi, but he's not managing to gain anything on him. And he's still got the number 12 of Ross Honeyman between him and the race lead. This race much more spread out. In fact, if you were looking for battles, the main one of this top group would have to be from 8th downwards, with Cameron Dass, who started on pole, battling with Joseph Simcock, who started last. So that just goes to show how much things can change in these races. Good recovery drive, though, from Joseph from last on the grid, up into the top half now. Cameron Dass not quite seeming to have the pace in this race. This will be a race he'll want to forget. But considering that the track conditions on that side of the circuit are perhaps a little bit worse than they were earlier on today, This top 5 still putting in some very, very strong pace. In fact, actually, Reece Kello has now gotten ahead of Callum Jones in the first sector of that last lap. Every position vital for points that you'll accrue towards your finals tomorrow. Some of these drivers, remember, as we go side by side between the 11 and 12, Federico Contesi up the inside of Ross Honeyman. A little bit of argy-bargy, few hand gestures. And actually Ross Honeyman managing to keep the lead. Federico Contesi, the 43-year-old Italian driver, races in the South Garda Super Cup, his first time at the Kart Racing Champions. Been kart racing since 2012, which is probably the duration that half of the people he's racing with have been alive for, or half of them. Winner of many, many 24-hour races is Federico. He's going to have a hard job if he's going to get past Ross Honeyman. Meanwhile, Peter Knight just stretching his lead at the front of this field. Ross Honeyman feeling the need to go defensive. I wouldn't be surprised if in the last couple of minutes of this race we saw this second and third battle become a second, third, fourth, fifth battle. It seemed as though Federico got his entire kart up the inside there going into turn 1, but perhaps the angle was a bit too shallow. Didn't feel comfortable putting it there. And now Reece Kello from 5th is now challenging this battle for 2nd and 3rd. And immediately goes up the inside as the TRX driver. That is often a case with these 4-stroke karts around Butmore Park, is that even if you put it down the inside of hairpin 2, the person you're fighting is able to get a better exit and hold on to that position. You can see the gap now between our leader and this battle. Now, the arrival of Reece Kello and Callum Jones might actually come as a bit of a blessing in disguise for Ross Honeyman. As Federico Contesi, before, when he was able to just focus entirely on the man in front of him, he's now having to focus on the 2 behind him as well. Approximately 2 laps left to go in this race, and around the outside goes Reece Kello, or at least he tries. In fact, he goes for the cutback this time round. It'll be a good effort if he gets a cutback move out of hairpin 2. Very nicely worked from Reece Kello. Just not quite able to get that run. But he's placing his kart in all the right places, is Reece. Callum Jones in the pink helmet, just watching on, ready to pounce if anyone is to make a mistake or gets forced wide. Ross Honeyman defending, but only halfway across the track. Federico, there was definitely a kart width on the inside if Federico really wants to go for it. Final lap now. If Federico is going to go for a move, now is the time. The lead is gone. 5 seconds now, the gap up to Peter Knight. We're focusing on this battle for 2nd. Callum Jones now trying to get involved in the action against Reece. And Ross Honeyman, this is very good defending actually from Ross Honeyman. He's going defensive, but not overly so. It's allowing him to keep good momentum through most of these corners. Very, very smart defensive driving from the Connecticut team driver. And in fact, it seems like Reece Kello has actually lost that position to Callum Jones again. But ahead of this battle, nearly 6 seconds up the road, it's been a fantastic race win from the number 20 of Peter Knight of Nameless Motorsport. Able to get ahead at the start, and then just had the pace to pull away. Ross Honeyman holding on to that second place with Federico Contesi in 3rd. Callum Jones 4th, Reece Kello 5th. Charlie Ratford in 6th. Tom Webster in 7th. Joseph Simcock from 18th on the grid, gaining 10 places up to 8th place. Thomas Hawson 9th, and Max Inners rounding out the top 10. We have to go to the second page of results to see Tommy Lee. Cameron Dass, our pole sitter, losing 11 places. That's probably the most number of places we've seen a pole sitter lose so far today. Just did not have the pace during the race. Richard Levette 13th, Alex Brazier 14th, Lino Lucas in 15th, and then the rest of the grid, the rest of the results comprised of Barry Morris, Camille Majou-Kiat, apologies for the butchering of that name, Dean Everest and Emma Radich. Well, just one more of these first heats left to go for these drivers. There'll only be 19 drivers who have yet to race on track today. And then we're going to go into the first of our randomly grid-generated heats.
Drivers here are your car numbers: Mike in 3, Ian in 7, Escal in 28, Stephen in 23, Rick in 30, Kieran in 10, Spencer 29, Hayden 8, Dylan 17, Ben 15, Tom 9, Russell 4, Andrew 5, Jack 6, Mitch 25, Alan 20, Will 12, Stu in 11, and Sean in 1.
Well, here we go. We're about to get underway into the last of the first heats of today, if that makes sense. So all of the drivers, apart from the ones currently sat on the grid, have raced in at least one race so far today. And then after this heat, we'll get underway with our randomly sorted grids. But this is the last heat sorted out by qualifying, and let's have a look at that qualifying order. Mike Smith of the Accelerate Kent Brewery team taking pole position by just under 0.08 of a second from Paragon Racing's Ian Wilson. Ezekiel James and Stephen Soden make up row 2, with Rich Neal and Kieran Wakefield on row 3. Very close between our top 5, just 0.4 of a second separating them, as has been the case for most of the qualifying sessions. Spencer Gent, Hayden Harris, Dylan Kidir Ihatia and Ben Riches round out the top 10. And then Tom Nunn, Russell Shepherd, Andrew Spencer, Jack Evans, Mitch Taylor, Alan Wild, Will Shevlin, Stu Stretton and Sean Pope round out this 18 or 19, I should say, driver field. We've got a driver in a very bright neon outfit there who's looking a little bit lost. But I'm sure he'll find his go-kart soon enough. Mike Smith, our pole sitter, probably the oldest pole sitter we had today, at 60 years old. The British driver competes in Club 100, multiple top 5 finishes in Kart Race of Champions A finals. Representing the Accelerate Kent Brewery team, which has accrued multiple podiums in the Butmore Park 24 hours, so I'm sure that Mike has plenty of experience around this track. Ian Wilson in second position for Paragon Racing. When he filled out his information, he said he was from not from Britain, but from Bradford. So we're about to get underway with heat number 10. And we are underway. As there's a driver actually on the grass actually going through turn number 1. But pretty even start from all of our top drivers. A little bit of argy-bargy as usual through hairpin 1. In fact, a driver number 7 being forced super wide. I believe that's actually Ian Wilson. So Ian Wilson's lost a good few positions in the opening phase of this race. And I don't think either of our front row are still at the front of this field. We've got a yellow flag in the first sector, as once again the drivers have found it very difficult to miss those blocks that make up the chicane, and a huge send from the number 30 of Rich Nail, who started this race in 5th position and has found himself up into the lead. It'd be interesting to see what the race control deem of that though. You can see the yellow flags are out, half race speed, no overtaking, so that the marshals can fix the blocks just after hairpin 2, just at the bottom of the shot there. As they continue to race. I believe that is actually a yellow flag, not a red flag, just the light of the day looking as such. Drivers continue to circulate under yellow flag going down the hill. Green flag now showing down into the bottom of the hill, and the drivers needing no second invitation to get back racing again. I believe at the number 30 of Rich Neal, after performing that exact same move down at Garda by shuffling drivers wide, gets a bit of karma and has the same move done to him. So he moves from 5th to 1st and then back down to 4th again, just in the space of a couple of laps, half of which was under yellow flags. So he's had a very interesting start to his race. Right now it is the number 23 of Stephen Soden, who started in 4th position, who leads. Second position is Dylan Kidir. Started in 9th place, so he's made his way up to 2nd. Just goes to show how chaotic the start of this race has been. Typically in these heavyweight races, we have seen the drivers who qualified near the front extend their lead at the front of this grid. But this race seems to be more akin to a lightweight, one of the lightweight races that we've seen so far today. A lot of battling, a lot of shuffling for position. And this kind of race we're going to see a lot more of later with the randomised grid starts. So we have Stephen Snowden for BN Racing at the front. Dylan Kidir for the Legends of Karting team. I would argue if you're in a team that's called Legends of Karting, you better do pretty well at this event. And he has just proven me right by setting the fastest lap of this race, a 51.7. And taking the lead as well from Stephen Snowden. So Dylan Kadir, after qualifying down in 9th position, has made it up into the lead in less than 3 minutes. Meanwhile, side by side, further back between Mike Smith and Rich Neal for 3rd position. But these top two, Stephen and Dylan, starting to break away at the front. Mike Smith cutting a huge amount of the track there in the number 3 car on the downhill. It will seem like the pace that Dylan Kadir has shown so far. He's just set a purple middle sector on this lap. A couple of tenths faster than what anyone else has managed to achieve. See what kind of pace he has when he crosses the line this time. Tucked down into an aerodynamic position. Has a little look over the shoulder. 51.5 at this stage of the race for heavyweight drivers. It's very, very competitive indeed. So I was right in saying that neither of our front row drivers are still in the realms of the top 2. Our pole sitter Mike Smith now down to 4th, and 2nd place Ian Wilson now down to 6th. Keep an eye as well on Jack Evans in P7 in the in P6 in the number 7 car. Already made his way up 7 positions from 14th place. Dylan Kadir taking a few good looks over his shoulder to make sure he knows exactly where people are. It's useful to do that, but he needs to make sure that he doesn't do that too much. As is the saying that you look where you go. So if he keeps focusing on those people behind him, he's not going to focus on pushing away at the front, and those people behind him are going to hang on to him. And in fact, if you miss time when you look behind you for one of those looks, then you can often find yourself out-braking yourself or missing your braking point. Good battle further down the field between the number 3 of Mike Smith and the number 7 of Ian Wilson. So our top 2 on the grid now fighting for 5th place. I don't think either of them would have wanted that to happen if you told them before the race. See what I'm meaning about Dylan Kadir is just keep having a look over his shoulder. As he's proven, he obviously has the pace to break away from Stephen Soden at the front of this field. But he's just too focused on where the people behind him is. He just needs to get his head down, start saying some good lap times. New fastest lap of the race actually for Stephen Soden behind, so you're utilising that slipstream down into the 51.1s. Are we going to see a 50 lap time in this heavyweight race? Keep an eye out for Rich Neal as well in the 30. He's matching the pace of these top 2. First down to 3rd, all setting lap times a few tenths of a second faster than everyone else around them. So you'd have to say that the race winner, as it would currently stand, is likely going to come from one of these 3. In fact, it's the number 30 of Rich Neal. You can really see he's pushing onto the back of the 23. So even though Stephen Soden set the fastest lap of the race last time out, he's not really gaining on the leader, Dylan Kadir, who sets another new fastest lap of the race, a 51.1, a lower one this time though. Purple middle sector as well. And now the 23 of Stephen Soden is under a bit of pressure from the 30 of Rich Neal. Taking slightly different lines through hairpin 2, one focused on the entry, one focused on the exit. Seems to be pretty similar. You can just see from Rich's driving style there that he is absolutely hustling that car. His teammate Spencer Gent just behind him. He's moved up from 7th to 4th. Both of those drivers, Falcon Motorsport drivers. Mike Smith in 5th representing Accelerate Ken Brewery. And Andrew Spencer, the funnily named Suck on My Exhaust team. It's obviously working for Andrew because he's just moved up to 5th. So this top 3 continuing to break away at the front of this field. And actually Spencer again and Andrew Spencer have now responded in terms of lap time. So this top 5, all lapping relatively similarly to each other. But none of them, with the exception of these 2, are particularly close to each other. Just over 4 minutes left to go to finish off this first batch of heat races for the 2025 Kart Race of Champions here at Butmore Park. As the sun's just getting lower and lower in the sky. We're not expecting sunset for another few hours yet. It is going to lead to a lovely golden evening we've got here. Very, very lucky with the weather this weekend. That far side of the track now bathed in the shade from the surrounding trees. Track temperature just started to cool a bit. So behind those top 5, Mike Smith continuing to lead the chasing train from 6th backwards, with which involves Jack Evans, Ian Wilson, who started 2nd in this race, Russell Shepard and Will Shevlin. So this top 3 really pushing as hard as they can. Stephen Soden, the first one of this top 3 to get down into the 50s, a 50.9, but the other 2 are doing low 51s as well. In fact, the fastest man on track is the number 22 of Will Shevlin in 10th position, a 50.9. But he's just been replaced, new fastest lap of the race, for the number 30 of Rich Neal, himself now into the 50s, a 50.8. So all these drivers pushing flat out, responding to each other. And Rich Neal deciding he's not going to wait around anymore. Lovely little move. Pretty textbook, that move. Managed to keep a good amount of momentum coming out of the second hairpin as well. But with the pace of this top 3 being so similar, unless Rich has a little bit more pace in the locker, with just 2.5 minutes left to go in this race, it'll be unlikely that he's going to be able to bridge what is really a relatively small gap to the leader. But this top 3 now have a sizable margin over the rest of the chasing pack. New personal best lap from Andrew Spencer in 5th position, just a few hundredths off the overall best lap of the race. That battle seems like it's going to go to the end, the battle for 4th. But Dylan Kadir continues to lead, up from 9th position. In fact, none of the top 5 started in the top 3 on the grid. We've got Dylan Kadir, who started from 9th, Rich Neal from 5th, Stephen Soden from 4th, Spencer Gent from 7th, and Andrew Spencer has made his way up to 5th from 13th on the grid. Special mention as well to Jack Evans, who's currently in 7th, making his way up from 14th on the grid. Will Shevlin with excellent pace as well in the number 22 car. He started in 16th, now up to 9th. But now we've got a battle between the 30 and the 23. Seems like Rich Neal doesn't quite have the pace on Stephen Soden to be able to break or create any kind of gap. And Dylan Kadir will be very happy to know that these two are battling with each other. 1 minute left to go in this race. They're going to get one more lap next time they cross the line. There seems to be a move down into... Oh, there's been a spinner. There's been a spinner. The number 30 of Rich Neal. It was just out of sight. We didn't quite change cameras in time. But we saw them going side by side, him and Stephen Soden, down into the bottom of the hill. It'll be interesting to see if Race Control had eyes on that, what they'll say about that. Andrew Spencer on that lap has gained 2 places, while setting a new fastest lap on the race. But that's horrible luck there from Rich Neal, who's now down into 7th. Contact warnings lighting up the timing screens, but no penalties as yet. But it has certainly been a race of shuffled up people. I don't think you would have got many odds, many people betting against you for the people in the top 3. But what started as a very chaotic heavyweight race has turned into another chill one, and you can see Dylan Kadir is absolutely delighted to take that race win. Hands to the sky, absolutely delighted, and why wouldn't he be? He's just won a heat race at the Kart Race of Champions. Stephen Soden then, 2nd on the track provisionally. We'll see if Race Control have anything to say about the incident. Could have been nothing. Andrew Spencer with an excellent drive as well to come up to 3rd from 13th on the grid. Spencer Gent finishes 4th. Will Shevlin from 16th on the grid up to 5th, a fantastic result. The rest of the top 10 then is Mike Smith, Rich Neal, Ian Wilson, Jack Evans and Russell Shepard. As we move on to the second page of the standings as well. Ben Riches, Ezekiel James, Kieran Wakefield, Tom Nunn, Alan Wilde, Sean Pope, Stu Stratton and Hayden Harris. So that is the end of our first batch of heat races. Those are all the heat races that were determined by the qualifying sessions. From now on, heats 11 to 16 today, and then heats 17 to 30 tomorrow morning will be entirely on predetermined, random but equal grids. So for example, if you started first in one race, you're going to be starting at the back in another race. If you start in the middle for one, for the first of those random grid races.
Oh my god, 5.
And here we go, we are back for the first of our randomised grid heats. So for those of you who perhaps getting a little bit confused over the format, we had qualifying sessions earlier. That determined the grid for the first heat only. Each driver will participate in 3 heats. They will likely not be with many of the same people that they were for their first heat. Everything is all randomised. And then for heats 2 and 3 for each driver, they're going to get 2 opposite starts. So maybe they'll get 1 towards the front, 1 towards the back. And then the combined points for all of the heats will determine which final people are in, whether it's from E all the way through D, C, B, and A. But we'll get into more details about the final when we get to them tomorrow. For now, though, it is heat number 11 of 16 for today, the lightweights. So a reminder that this is a random grid. So the higher up that you are on this grid, the further down you're going to be in your second race. So Sinclair Green starts on pole position with Danny Hell of the Connecticut team in second. Thomas Ronhar, who was so impressive earlier during qualifying, in third. Lily Jeffs, the reigning Jamie Chadwick Series Sodi champion, in fourth. Jack Underdown in fifth. Callum Jones, who we saw not that long ago actually, in sixth. in his distinctive pink helmet, so keep an eye out for that. Max Innes in 7th, Blaze Turnstill in 8th, Jaden Lyford in 9th, and Camille Magizukiate. I do apologise. If you would like to make your way up to the commentary box and tell me how to pronounce your name, I will make sure to do my best to oblige. Lucy Shuckford in 11th, Andrew Hughes in 12th, Ben Johnson, Kieran Philpott, Aidan Dancer, Samantha Barron, Richard Levitt, Ben Paynes, Chris Bowers, and Craig Dickinson make up this 20 kart grid. So this is the biggest heat that we've seen so far today. And there's all still to play for. Even if you had a bad first race, you can make it up for it in this one. Let's highlight a couple of people then in this race. So our pole sitter, Sinclair Green, the 21-year-old British driver. First time racing in the Kart Race of Champions. 2 years of karting experience, 1 indoor, 1 outdoor. Raced in the 2025 Daytona Race of Champions earlier this year. Also has achieved some Daytona endurance race podiums as well. He's got Danny Hale for company on the front row. 17-year-old British driver, so a very young front row in this one. Also first time competing, been racing outdoors for 3 years. Has raced in the 2025 BIKC National Finals. And then 2 5th place overalls in that, as well as a pole position. Also raced in the 2025 British Rental Kart Championship as well. Thomas Ronhart needs no introduction in 3rd, F1 Esports driver for Kick Team Sauber, was right in the championship fight until the final event this year before losing out to Jarno Ockmer.
I don't know why. Just gives it, I think, a little bit extra support.
We are very, very shortly about to get underway with heat number 11. Lily Jeffs as well, keep an eye out for her on row number 2. Red lights are on for the drivers. Lily Jeffs, reigning champion in the Sodi Jamie Chadwick series, the all-female series run by Daytona. And here we go, we are about to get underway, and we are go for the first of the random grid heats. Expect a lot more chaos in these heats going down for the rest of today and through into tomorrow. The order of pace a lot more jumbled up than after qualifying. It's been a good start actually from Sinclair Green in the number 22 at the front of this field. Sinclair Green leads ahead of Thomas Ronhart, who's already made up a position ahead of Danny Hale and Lily Jeffs. Going a little bit wide though does Sinclair going down the hill. So Thomas Ronhart immediately closing up that gap, and he's immediately going to go for the move into Garda. He got such a better run than Sinclair out of that corner at the bottom of the hill that it was almost, it would have been more effort to not make the move. So Thomas Ronhart living up to his qualifying performance and his very good finish from race 1 as well, his first heat. Already up into the lead from this one, utilising this grid start that's more towards the front. A reminder that obviously because he's starting towards the front in this race, he's going to be towards the back in the next race. So he needs to make sure he maximises these good grid positions. Meanwhile, battle for 3rd and 4th between Danny Hale in the number 3 and Jack Underdown in the number 30. Sinclair trying to hold on, not quite going as wide at the bottom of the hill, which is perhaps compromising his run a little bit, although I say that, I was only trying to go all the way around the outside. Thomas Ronhart just absolutely smashing Sinclair out of the way. Sinclair more than alongside. Be interested to see what race control say about that one, but now it's Jack Underdown who's Thomas Ronhart has got for company. Thomas Ronhart, has to be said, he is fairly infamous in the sim racing scene for his very, very aggressive driving style. Obviously bringing that over here to rental karting as well. So as it currently stands, Thomas Ronhart does lead from Jack Underdown and Jaden Lyford in 3rd. Jaden Lyford, the fastest of this top 3. with a fastest up at a 51.6. Tyres still warming up, getting into this heat though. Thomas Ronhaar not having it all his own way at the front of this field. Let's have a little look further back. Danny Hale and Callum Jones battling over fourth. Some of the big movers so far. Ben Johnson up 5 places from 13th to 8th. Keep an eye on him. Competed for the win in one of the earlier heats. As down the inside goes the TRX driver of Jaden Lyford. Very nicely done move there on the blue suit of Jack Underdown. This entire field, not that much separating them, just 6 seconds as they crossed the line last time. And actually, Jaden Lyford already trying to have a look at Thomas Ronhaar as he gets immediately sent or resent by Jack Underdown. Is he going to immediately resend Jack Underdown back into Garda? Yes, he is. What this is doing is this battling. It's allowing Thomas Ronhaar to try and build a gap behind him and disappear out the front of this field. He's already had a good result today, has Thomas Ronhaar. Finished towards the front in his first heat. So winning this one would put him in a very, very good position for his back grid start heat tomorrow. A reminder that if drivers are doing 2 heats today, that they will likely not do their third one today as well. The drivers continue to head through. Jaden Lyford putting all sorts of pressure on Thomas Ronhaar, actually getting a lovely little switchback, but Thomas Ronhaar trying to cut across him, trying to interrupt his momentum, using the bumpers on the karts. They're there for a reason. Now is Jaden Lyford going to have a look? Jack Underdown is still there, and then there is a group of Danny Hale, Callum Jones and Sinclair Green behind. 4th, 5th and 6th. Lots of argy-bargy. As this front group has now started to close up, there's been an announcement of a penalty in one of the earlier races over the live tannoy here. I imagine that is for that incident down at this corner that these drivers are coming up to now. So that responsible driver has been getting a 15-second penalty, which is going to put him right to the back of that respective heat. But let's go back to what's happening on track right now. Thomas Ronhaar losing the lead to Jaden Lyford, and Jack Underdown as well, getting through as well. Sinclair Green, after starting on pole, he's just trying to do his best to hang on to this pace. TRX driver setting the lead at the front of the pace. Oh, as that Sinclair Green turned round in the dark red suit. We were just talking about him, our pole sitter, facing the wrong way on the exit of hairpin number 1. He is going to go all the way to the back of this heat. That is very, very unfortunate for Sinclair. But now this top 3 starting to break away. Jaden Lyford not really feeling the need to go defensive into Garda. Thomas Ronhaar now at the back of this 3-car train. He was previously at the front. So we pass the halfway point of this race. There is some battling happening behind as well between Danny Hale and Callum Jones. If these guys can sort themselves out, they can make their way up to this front group as well. Fastest driver on track is actually the number 1 of Andrew Hughes, but he's down in 11th position. Yet to see a lap time in the 50s. Best lap time of the race of 51.0 from Andrew. But it is unbelievably close for lap time between pretty much the entirety of the top 11, with the exception of Danny Hale in 4th. All of these drivers are within 0.2 of each other for any given lap. So despite it appearing very, very close, it's going to be very difficult for drivers to make moves, given how close everyone seems to be in terms of pace. New fastest lap of the race for our leader, Jaden Lyford. First man into the 50s, only just though, a 50.983. Thomas Ronhaar now re-pressuring Jack Underdown, heading into hairpin 2, and he does send it on Jack, gets it stopped on the apex. Nicely done move there from Thomas. Does he have the momentum He does, but Jack Underdown, to his credit, tries to stick it in. But he not quite able to keep his nose in there. But despite that battling, Jaden Lyford not really breaking away at the front of this field. Just goes to show how close the pace is between everyone. Battle between the top three. Battle between 4th, 5th and 6th as well. That seems to be bleeding down into the rest of the top 10 as well. But it will seem like this top three are going to remain as they are, barring any significant battling. In fact, I believe in the background we saw drivers going 3 wide for that battle. Ben Johnson making moves as well from his start towards the back of the grid. He started 13th. In fact, those faster drivers who started towards the back of the grid are now starting to make some progress. Ben Johnson 7th from 13th. Ben Payne's up 10 places into 8th place from 18th on the grid. And in fact, we've got another change for the lead as Thomas Ronhart is now back in the lead. So from going from 3rd just a couple of laps ago, he's now made his way back into the lead, but this battle for the top three is going to continue raging until the end of this race. Thomas goes defensive. Is Jaden Lyford going to go all the way around the outside? That would be an incredibly bold move if he did. Turns 1 and 2 have a little bit of camber towards the apex, makes it very difficult to hang it round the outside. But these three still nose to tail. Jaden Lyford's going to try and reclaim this this position. Callum Jones in his distinctive pink helmet seems to have formed a little bit of a gap to the chasing pack behind, so he's now going to try and press up to these three. Less than 3 minutes left to go in this race, however. Thomas Ronhart having a big look over his right-hand shoulder. Has another look over his right-hand shoulder going into turn 1. Feels the need to go defensive. Now it's Jack Underdown's turn to try and go around the outside. Not quite able to make it happen. Meanwhile, further down, Richard Levitt up 8 places into 9th position. Good drive from him from the back of the grid. These top three still as they are. But every lap, that pink helmet of Callum Jones in the number 4 kart does loom ever so slightly larger. So this three-way battle might become 4-way. If they continue to battle with this ferocity, which I don't doubt that they will. And to prove my point exactly, Jaden Lyford immediately lunges down the inside of Jack Underdown into the bottom of the hill. He gets it stopped nicely, so all's fair with that move. And this is the opportunity that Thomas Ronhart will have been waiting for. Just a little bit of clear air behind him now. It seems like Ronhart perhaps lacking a little bit of speed down the straights, or perhaps just not getting a very good run out of the final corner that time round, because immediately Jaden Lyford is all over the back of him once again. Lyford needs to be very careful here, because any opportunity, and Underdown's going to send it. In fact, Underdown's having a look for the cutback. Thomas Ronhart really forcing him across the track. Super aggressive sideways move there from Ronhart. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get too many contact warnings. Could turn into a penalty. Big look over his right-hand shoulder from Ronhart. Goes defensive, but only covers off the middle of the track. There's going to be one more lap of this as they cross the line. Callum Jones now just arriving to the party, but is it too little too late? Such a difficult situation for Lyford to be in. He needs to attack Ronhart while defending from the number 30 of Underdown behind him. Callum Jones is now firmly on the scene. See Lyford not quite getting the run that he wanted. He's going to go for it down the inside, all over the curb. Huge move from Jaden Lyford on Ronhart, and they're going to go side by side. Jack Underdown trying to get involved as well, but Lyford keeps the place. Ronhart not happy. Both hands into the air. It was super aggressive, super late from Lyford, and Ronhart's going to go back down the inside of Lyford. Was that a bit foolish from Lyford, keeping the door wide open? Callum Jones is all over the back of these guys as well. Jack Underdown makes the move on Lyford. And it seems as though, provisionally, after losing the lead on the final lap, Thomas Ronhart is going to win heat number 11. Absolutely ecstatic with that is Ronhart. Just 0.3 of a second separating the top four, as Underdown, Lyford and Jones were pretty much side by side coming across the line. In fact, just 1/10 of a second between second and fourth. But if there are no penalties for all those drivers, then the result as it provisionally stands is Ron Hard takes the win. Another good result for him. Jack Underdown in second, Lyford third, Callum Jones in fourth. Aidan Dancer was the best of the rest in fifth, with Danny Hale sixth, Blaze Turnstill in seventh. Richard Levette, good recovery drive from him from 17th on the grid. Special mention to Aidan Dancer as well in fifth, up 10 places from 15th on the grid. Ben Johnson in 9th, Andrew Hughes in 10th, and Craig Dickinson, who set the fastest lap of the race by some distance of a 50.6, gained 9 places, finishing 11th from 20th and back of the grid. So an impressive drive from Dickinson as well. The rest of the second page comprised of Max Innes, Kieran Philpott, Chris Bowers, Lucy Shuckford, Sinclair Green, who got spun round, our pole sitter, Lily Jess, Camille Maju Siakate, Samantha Barron, and Ben Payne rounds out our 20 kart grid. Well, if that random heat is anything to go by, then we're in for a treat for the rest of today and going into tomorrow morning. But we'll be back in just a few minutes for heat number 12. Well, here we go, and just like that, we're about to get back underway with the first of our random grid heavyweight heats. Heat number 12 of 16 overall for today. So let's run through what the random gods have decided for this one. David Harvey of Purple Racing starts on pole position with Dylan Kadir, who won, I believe, the last heavyweight heat of the first batch today. He's starting from second, so keep an eye out for him. Martin Marathon in third, with Carl Etienne Mezian in fourth. Wesley Carr, Sam Oatley, Mitch Taylor, Lee Lincoln Crowther, Bradley Trevette and Ross Sandwell, who was towards the front of his respective heat earlier, they round out the top 10. The rest of the grid from 11th down to 20th is made up of William Rumsey, Jacob Robinson, Malcolm Medell, Ezekiel James, John King, Jake Pennell, Terry Ewan, Alan Wild, Joseph Hamlet, And I believe actually we've got one dropout, so this grid is going to be 19 drivers. So let's have a look at some people to watch. Dylan Kadir, again, was towards the front of his respective heats earlier today. David Harvey, who is going to lead us off here today. The 49-year-old British driver says he cannot remember his best Kart Race of Champions finish, but representing the Rye House Pro Kart Club, I believe. 2023 British indoor champion as well in the heavyweight category. Raced in several 24-hour races, including the Le Mans kart race and the Teesside 24-hour. Rye House Pro Kart Pro Class champion as well. So a very, very fast front row here for heat number 12. Martin Marison as well behind. Martin, the English and Irish driver, representing MVKC. Karted as a young man before stopping at 16, before starting up again just a few years ago. So lovely to see that he's reclaiming his love of the hobby. And we are underway for heat number 12. So it'll be very interesting to see if the front few remain as they were. We certainly have seen a lot of shuffling in the last few races. But the number 17 of David Harvey continues to lead at the front of this field. And there's another pink helmeted driver of Carl Etienne-Mezien, who has immediately made his way up into second. Now we saw for most of the earlier of today that the heavyweight heats were a little bit more subdued than the lightweight heats. They like to spread out a little bit more. It'll be interesting to see if the jumbling up and the scrambling of these grids will lead to some more battles happening on the circuit. At the moment, it seems our front two have gotten a pretty dream start as they cross the line. David Harvey ahead of Carl Etienne-Mezien. David keeping hold of his race lead from pole position. Dylan Kadir down just the one place, but already losing 2 seconds to the leader on that opening lap. Meanwhile, some side-by-side action happening behind for the lower reaches of the top 10, especially between the 1 of Sam Oakley and the 11 of Wesley Carr. In fact, Wesley Carr being shuffled out wide there as well by another driver in the black helmet. But these top two having it all their own way at the minute. Nice gap to those behind. Now Carl at number 5 is a very important decision to make here. You can either try and battle Carl or try and battle David Harvey for this race lead. And if David Harvey defends, then you can either choose to work with him or lose time to the guys behind, potentially throwing away an already secured second position. David Harvey with the fastest lap of the race so far though, 51.0 immediately. So these two making good their escape at the front. We've then got a chasing pack of about 3 drivers of Dylan Kadir, I should say, Ross Sandwell and John King. All of these drivers featured fairly high up in their respective heats. So you'd have to say, as far as heavyweight heats go, this grid is a strong one, even amongst an event filled with top caliber drivers. Actually, David Harvey just starting to stretch his legs at the front of this field a little bit, just by a 10th or so from Carl in the number 5. But these two having the pace, it would seem, on the rest of the grid, at least half a second faster than everyone else. Granted, they are fighting. But this might have done enough for them to already secure the top 2 in this race. Again, as we've seen in the heavyweight races, starting to just stretch out a little bit more. The 25 of Ross Sandwell now in a clear air in third, as the 23 of John King goes down the inside. Battling with Dylan Kadir for 4th place. Dylan not quite having the pace in this one that he did in perhaps his heat race earlier. But these two are out front. David Harvey in the 17 and Carl in the 5 are matching lap times down to the 10th of a second. Both of them several tenths at least per lap faster than the rest of this field. So the race winner is more than likely going to come from one of these two. Already 4 seconds between first and third. In fact, both drivers matching their lap times down to the half of a tenth, with David with a 50.94 and Carl with a 50.99. Crucially, David, the slightly faster of the two, is the one that's ahead. So Ross Samwell holding on to that 3rd place. He's now got a bit of a gap back to John King, who's made that move. Sam Oakley, after getting involved in a bit of a skirmish, has made his way back up into 5th. And we've got a driver in the pits as well. That's Dylan Kadir. Dylan Kadir is in the pits. Not sure whether that is for a mechanical reason or not, but if it is, then that is incredibly bad luck from the driver who started in 2nd place, his front grid start. Dylan Kadir is indeed in the pit lane. I believe that was for a mechanical issue. You can see him there in the number. You can see him there just rejoining in a different car, I believe. So yes, I believe that perhaps is the first issue of a mechanical failure that we've had here today. These Sodi karts at Buttmore incredibly resilient. Just a few weeks ago, most of them did a 24-hour race. The team here do an excellent job at making sure that the kart parity is tip-top, which is going to show by the closeness of some of the racing that we've seen here so far today. Closest battle on track at the minute is between the 25 of Ross Samwell and the 23 of John King. See it now. Well, actually, no, that's between the 25 and the 4. Although, sorry, the 4 is the lapped car of Dylan Kadir. So he's come out of the pit lane and he's now slotted back into this lead pack. Not quite sure how what the deal or what the procedure is, whether he's going to be given that lap back. But so far he's racing as if he is part of that lead group. So it'll be interesting to see what race control do with regards to the number 4 of Dylan Kadir, who had such a good race earlier on today. And crucially, even if Dylan is involved in this battle, or if he isn't, either he is involved and he's just taken a position off of John King in the 23, demoting him down to 5th, or he's a bit of lap traffic, which is stopping John from closing up to the 25 of Ross Samwell. So either way, it's bad news for John in the 23 for closing up to Ross for 3rd place. David Harvey continuing to pump in fastest laps of the race. Dylan Kadir definitely defending like he's part of that lead group. So I don't know what he's been told in the pit lane, whether or not he's going to get that position back or not. The 23 of John King doesn't seem very impressed that someone who's just come out of the pit lane is defending from him. So continue down the hill. Now this is very interesting, this situation. Just cut away there. John King looked like he was going for the move. David Harvey with the fastest lap of the race from pole position. Probably the only case, one of the only instances in these random grids that we are going to see of the pole sitter actually perhaps going on to win the race. The rest of this top 6 or 7 have come from all over the grid. Carl in the number 5 up 2 places from 4th. Ross Samwell in 3rd, up 7 places from 10th. And John King in the 23, up 11 places from 15th. Special mention to Joseph Hamlet as well, who's in the number 10, currently in 6th place, up 13 positions from last on the grid. Very, very impressive drive from Joseph. Very serene front of this race. Although it may look like these two are very relaxed on their own, they'll be pushing flat out to keep going as fast as possible. New fastest lap of the race again on that last, or very nearly to a new fastest race on that last lap from David Harvey, just 0.03 of a second off. Set a purple middle sector on that last lap though. So he is bit by just a couple of tenths of a second, just etching away that, or building that gap to Carl behind him. And when you're the driver in the position that Carl is in second place, it is so frustrating because it feels like you're doing everything that the person in front of you is doing. It feels like you're taking the exact same line, breaking at the exact same point. But they're just doing things that are so imperceptible, just gaining a couple hundreds here, a couple hundreds there, stretching away their advantage, and there's nothing you can do. All you can do is watch as they disappear into the distance. But I don't think Carl will be too disappointed with a second in this race. If you want to be guaranteeing yourself a spot in the A final, you need to at least be finishing in the top 5, if not the top 3 in each of these races. If you finish in the top 3 in all 3 of your heats, you are almost guaranteed a place in the A final, which is the goal of all of these drivers. In fact, the pace of this top few have been so frenetic that there probably is going to be the biggest field spread in this group that we've seen so far. Gap between first and last in this group approaching 30 seconds now, considering that a lap is only 50 seconds. If this race had been a little bit longer, we would have had to start dealing with some lap traffic. It's probably going to be last lap next time round. These two, the class of the field at the front of this one. 6 seconds separating second and third, a further 2 separating third and fourth. Nothing but clear air behind these two. In fact, the top 5 very, very spread out in that second part of the lap. You have to go down to 10th and 11th with Terry Ewan and William Rumsley to find any kind of wheel-to-wheel battle. So again, seeing the theme that has continued throughout these heavyweight races, it seems to be a bit more of a field spread than what we see in the lightweights. Much more focus on raw lap time as opposed to racecraft and battling, as we've seen in the lightweights. The lightweight's so close that it is all just down to positioning. It seems as though we are currently on the penultimate lap of this one, going on to the last lap next time round. And David Harvey, you'd have to think, in the number 17, is going to be very, very satisfied with the performance that he's put in. He's going to round the final corner now, final lap. You see on the right-hand side that these leaders are just a few corners away, actually, from the back end of this grid. David Harvey again, new fastest lap of the race, 50.6. And Carl, to his credit, in the number 5 of 50.7, which is several tenths of a second faster than what anyone else has been able to do, but it's just lacking that tenth or so that he needs to battle for this race lead. The shadow's getting ever longer as the sun continues to set here. Most of the track now shrouded in shadow. A beautiful setting for David Harvey. He started on pole position and he's going to convert it. David Harvey wins heat number 12 here at Croc 2025. Carl Etzemezian in second. He looks to be absolutely delighted with that result. And why wouldn't you be? Some excellent points on the board. A good third place for Ross Samwell in the 25. John King in the 23 provisionally, of course. It'll be interesting to see where Dylan Kadir has been placed. In fact, Dylan Kadir has had that lap awarded back to him. So Dylan Kadir, after coming into the pit lane, it would seem for a mechanical issue, has been allowed to rejoin the track at the precise place that he was when he came in. So he finishes 5th on the road. Very fortuitous there for Dylan, or unfortuitous, depending on how you look at it. So those are your top 5. Sam Oakley in 6th, Joseph Hamlett 7th, Ezekiel James 8th, Alan Wild in 9th, and Wesley Carr rounding out the top 10. And your second page of results is comprised of William Rumsley, Terry Ewan, Lee Lincoln Crowther, Malcolm Medell, Jake Pennell, Jacob Robinson, Bradley Trevette, and we also had a withdrawal before this race as well. So as the shadows continue to fall over the circuit, 12 heats down, 4 to go for today. And we'll be back in just a few minutes with the lightweights.
Hi, Dad. Hello. You have a girl as well, are you?
Well, yeah, but I've got to back. Who the hell's doing karting that I don't know about? I'm like, come to work, get away from work. You coming up here?
When is it? I'll have to check my calendar. I've got a lot of races. Oh, now are you in tomorrow? You have to make sure that's on me.
How did you do that?
Yeah, no, I was potentially getting
A lot. It's a bit like me with the race.
Did you race?
No, so I found
Ah, right, yeah. So who's going from the club? Just Masters, though?
well, no, you've got me, Sam, who's still
Any fitters?
yeah, Vince,
Vince screens?
John,
Oh, Vince screens might have to meet a tyre wall.
Cheek, so the Vince has got the case in Papers is Millennium,
Silver Red. Is there 2 of them?
yeah, so
Oh,
the
right.
guy who's sort of Dave, potentially I'm hoping to get Riley, Brian, swing papers were down, they put out,
I ain't seen Joe for years.
no, swing papers,
Oh, shit.
quite like that. Yeah.
Or was it Dad Joe?
Excuse me, sorry.
Well, here we go. Heat number 13. Heat number 7 of the lightweight drivers. So just 4 heats left to go this evening here at Buckmore Park, and what a glorious evening it is as well. We are shaded a little bit in the trees here in the commentary box, but we have been very blessed with the weather that we've got today. So the random grid for this heat, let's see what's thrown up for us. Alfie Hale on pole position, the Kinetica Racing Black driver. Alongside him, Charlie Ratford of Nameless Motorsport. Now, Nameless Motorsport have already won a couple of heats today, their drivers, in the form of Jack Goldsmith and some others of their drivers as well. So a high bar for entry into that team. So keep an eye on Charlie Ratford from second on the grid. Adam Beaumont, who went very, very well in his heat earlier, to come all the way from near the back of the grid to the front, starting from third. Chris Clisbor in fourth. Martin Russell, Barry Morris, Job van Legenhorst, Andy Louis, Carl Hillis and Toby Tozer round out the top 10. And then your grid is completed by Toby McAllister Brown, Glenn Marison, Jack Goldsmith of Nameless Motorsport. Keep an eye on him. Reese Kello, Tom Webster, Robert Shevlin, Aldas of YouTube fame, of course, Samuel Ezery and Jasper Stewart Staff are your 19 drivers. Again, a high caliber of driver for this one. Keep an eye on some drivers who are sort of mid-pack who will be looking to come through as well. And as the last drivers just make their way out onto the circuit, just seems to be a little bit of a delay. as perhaps a spare cart is brought out for the drivers. Charlie Ratford, only 18 years old, starting on row number 1 in second position. BIKC driver, British Indoor Karting Championship, finished 6th in a race, or this event here last year, I should say, and is a 3-time British Indoor Champion. So keep an eye out for Charlie Ratford. I told you that Nameless Motorsports criteria for entry was high. Alfie Hale, 17 years old, again a super young front row. First time competing in the Kart Racer Champions, and is too a British Indoor Lightweight Champion. So a couple of indoor champions lining up on the front of the grid. Adam Beaumont, Club 73 Pro Champion last year, which is predominantly outdoor. And Chris Clismore alongside him of Kobe Motorsport. We're about to get underway here for heat number 13. And we are underway. Keep an eye out on some stuff happening further down the order, but it all seems to be relatively civil as we go through turns 1 and 2. Fairly well behaved going into the hairpin, or I should say that, perhaps a little bit of commentator's curse, a little bit of argy-bargy on the exit. They all seem to have gotten through there nicely. And to the inside goes Adam Beaumont. Adam Beaumont into the lead from 3rd place. He's gained 2 positions in 1 corner there from 4th place on the grid, or 3rd place on the grid, Adam Beaumont. Absolutely fantastic situational awareness there from the young driver. He's had a very good day today, has Adam. Interesting to see if he can stay at the front of this one. It seems as though the order has shuffled up quite a lot, as we're 3 wide, and Maple Motorsport driver involved there. As they rounded Garda. There's going to be quite a lot of movement on this timing tower, I think, as they cross the line. So it is Adam Beaumont who leads, up 3 places. Alfie Hell in 2nd position, down from pole position. As again, a move to the inside from the 4 of Alfie Hale. He lost it very briefly to the 22 of Andy Liu, the 44-year-old man from China. Fantastic to see so much international representation here at the UK Kart Race of Champions. It is an international event, drivers from all continents of the earth. Adam having a little bit of a look, and a huge send from the number 22 of Andy Liu. Did seem like he got it stopped in time. That is probably one of the moves of the day for me from Andy Liu. Fantastic performance. A little bit of a rubbing of the inside barrier as I went through Cafe Curve. Could be heard from the commentary box. But Andy Liu in the all red helmet and suit has taken the lead. So Adam Beaumont now in 2nd, Alfie Hell in 3rd. The top 3 on the grid still in the top 4 on the road. Some battling happening further down the grid. Chris Clismore seems to be the cork in the bottle for that one. The Maple Motorsport driver of Tom Webster involved there as well with his Fernando Alonso tribute helmet. But the huge mover in this one has been the number 5 of Robert Shevlin, who is up 12 places from 16th on the grid, or 11 places I should say, up into 5th. So Robert Shevlin, from starting on the penultimate row of the grid, has made incredible progress in this race, before losing 3 places again on that next lap. Just goes to show you how competitive it is. Oh, just a couple of drivers losing it. Job van Leeuwenhorst, the Belgian driver, I believe, giving a hand signal to, I believe that was Tom Webster, or the 23-year-old Dutch driver, sorry, is Job. Toby McAllister Brown. I don't think there's been a lap so far in this race where he hasn't gone side by side on the downhill. So it is Andy Liu who leads at the front, with Adam Beaumont holding down that 2nd place. As we established, a very young front to this grid, with the exception of Andy, though I doubt he'll take it personally. And all of these young drivers are already very, very accomplished at this early stage of their racing careers. But a new fastest lap of the race from Andy Liu, a 50.7. We'll expect that to drop by another couple of tenths, but purple middle sector crucially for Charlie Ratford of Nameless Motorsport, who's currently in 3rd. He's going to be placing Adam under a little bit of pressure. Sizable gap now between the 4th place of Alfie Hell and the 5th place, number 6 of Chris Clisbor, who seems to have stemmed the flow of positions he was losing there briefly. This battle for second now closed right up between Adam and Charlie. But Andy Liu's having it all his own way at the front of the field so far. Adam feeling the need to go slightly defensive into turns 1 and 2. Charlie Ratford, no doubt, will have many, many laps around this track, as will Adam. These drivers are very, very aware of where's the best place to overtake, where's the best place to defend. That's what makes gaining positions in this event so difficult. I thought actually that Charlie Ratford was going to have a look down the inside there of the downhill. That would have been very bold if he'd gone for it. Is he going to have a look into guarded this time? No, Adam Beaumont covers it off nicely. Moves to the inside and then moves back across to the middle to open up the corner. Very smart driving there from Adam. Meanwhile, in the lower reaches of the top 10, seems to be a lot of argy-bargy. Big story from this one is that Jack Goldsmith, who started 13th on the grid, is now down into last place. So the driver who won one of the heats earlier on today is having an absolute nightmare in this one. And now goes Charlie Ratford to the inside of Adam Beaumont. 2 wheels on the curb, but the right wheel's within track limits. But this is what I was always talking about. Hairpin number 2, if you get up that inside, you can never hold it, never hold the momentum out of it. Ratford, though, all over the back of Beaumont now. These two still have a decent gap to the guys behind. Alfie Hell having a pretty lonely race on his own, although I don't doubt he'll mind too much. Still in a good point scoring position are all of these drivers. This is also something you have to consider in the difference between racing in the heats versus the final. Is that in the heats you have to be careful about the amount of risk that you take, especially if you're in a good point scoring position. The further down you are, the more risky you're willing to be with the moves, so you can move up. When it comes to the final, of course, there's nothing except the result that you get in the final. Except if you're fighting for the lead. Down the inside goes Charlie Ratford. Nicely positioned move, that one. And he got the move done very cleanly there. Pretty textbook stuff that by Ratford, although Adam is going to go for the cutback. Try and hold it round the outside. Ratford does give him the space. Just about, putting most of him onto the paint. But it is Andy Liu who does continue to lead at the front of this field. Seems like he's already got this race win nicely sewn up, but it is this battle for second and third that we are focusing on. Pretty big battle happening as well for the minor points in the top 10. Points, of course, scored for all positions. So if you can gain just a couple in the last few laps, and that is very, very important. As the sun begins to set here at the end of a lovely day here at Buckmore Park. There goes Jack Goldsmith. He's almost a lap down, actually, from our leader. So that's going to be the end of Jack Goldsmith's day, as far as getting into, or Jack Goldsmith's event as far as getting to the A final is concerned. That's going to be very, very disappointing for the Nameless Motorsport driver. Just goes to show the precarity of this this event. One bad result if you're going for the overall win, and you can theoretically fight your way up through the finals, but as proven in these races, it is very, very difficult to make up places. But you can see Jack Goldsmith now just getting out of the way of the race leader, Andy Liu. It's so disappointing for him. Keeping an eye on our battle for second and third. Cone warning for Adam Beaumont. He needs to make sure he doesn't get too many of those, otherwise he could get a penalty. And those guys behind him aren't that far behind. In fact, that gap's actually really closed up now. So this battling between Ratford and Beaumont is allowing the likes of Hale, McAllister Brown, Tozer and Clisbor to get back within reach. So 3 minutes left to go in this race. This battle is not over for the podium places. Really are in the golden hour now as oh, lovely line from Adam Beaumont, gets absolutely fantastic, gets absolutely squeezed to the line by Charlie Ratford. I would say that was probably a little bit naughty from Ratford. He needs to make sure he doesn't do too many of those. Adam was completely alongside. Needs to be afforded a kart's width, can't just be pushed onto the grass. Like I said, this battling is allowing those chasing behind, the likes of Hale, McAllister, Brown, Tozer, to get involved. And immediately upon arrival, Hale is going for a move on Beaumont. So now this top 5 is closing right up. Very nice gap out front for the leaders, but we're really focused on this battle for second position. We haven't really talked so much about Andy Liu in this race, but we can't understate the impressiveness of this drive. He is the fastest man on track consistently. He's just set a new fastest lap on the race on that last lap of 50.4, which is several tenths of a second faster than what anyone else out there is able to do, even in clean air. So from 8th on the grid, Andy Liu straight up into second and then getting first. He'll be very, very satisfied, I bet, the Chinese driver. We're likely going to have one more lap after this one to sort out this battle for second and third. Ratford does seem to have the better pace through the first half of the lap, but Beaumont's a little bit stronger in the second half, so this gap is yo-yoing slightly. And the chasing pack is a bit too busy on fighting with each other to worry about moving up towards these second and third place drivers. Reece Kello, who was prominent in one of the earlier races, is just now getting onto the back of these guys after starting 14th place. He's up 7 places. Seems like these drivers are going to get 2 laps now. Oh, my goodness. The number 9 of Toby Tozer completely losing it under the brake pedal. You could hear the shouts from the crowd as they saw him going sideways. Very, very well held, actually, from Tozer, and very good awareness from the other drivers to see him coming in their peripheral. What that's actually meant is that Adam Beaumont is starting to be swarmed, and all of a sudden, this battle that was just for second and third, this battle for third, is now about 8 karts. So this race really coming alive in the final closing stages of this race. It's a shame we didn't have this for the entire race. Reece Kello and Webster going side by side. As they cross the line, still any of these guys could finish on the podium. Andy Liu in front by one of the biggest margins we've seen so far, 12 seconds. And that's all in his own place. Jack Goldsmith about to be lapped by the majority of the pack. Well, apologies, that's actually Charlie Rowland in the number 1. He's got a bit of clean air now. Adam Beaumont, he was under quite a lot of pressure for that 3rd place, but he's managed to maintain it. But Andy Liu will take the race win, but we are focused on this battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way down to 10th place. As they're going side by side through Garda for the last time in this race. Andy Liu takes the race win. Charlie Ratford in 2nd and Alfie Hale in 3rd. Keep an eye out for Andy Liu for the rest of this weekend's running. An absolutely dominant win margin in the end. 13 seconds there or thereabouts. He finished in front. 4 tenths of a second clear, best lap-wise, in front of Ratford, and 6 tenths of a second better lap time than Beaumont. Super close between all of those drivers in the mid-pack. In fact, the gap between Ratford in 2nd and Jasper Stewart-Staff in 13th was just 3.5 seconds as they cross the line. So all that battling between Ratford and Beaumont really came to a head at the final couple of laps there. You can expect to see battling like that all throughout the finals in the second half of tomorrow. So I hope all of you are looking forward to that as much as I am. Jack Goldsmith as well deserves a special mention. will be very disappointed with that result, finishing a lap down from the leader. Not quite sure what happened to him, whether he suffered a mechanical failure. But in fact, most of the top 10 in that race coming from outside of the top 10 on the grid. But that's it for heat number 13. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes for the penultimate heavyweight heat of the day. Well, here we go. We're about to get underway with heat number 14, the third last heat of the day and the penultimate heavyweight heat. In terms of the random grid for this one, let's run through it. Kieran Wakefield is going to be starting on pole position, representing the TRX team. Matthew Baxter in second from the DJ Devils team. Then we have Will Shevlin, Lewis Apayeji. Watch him. He was very, very quick in one of his earlier heats, coming from lower down the order. Then a couple of Butmore Bandits All-Stars, Tom Davies and Caven Francis. Nikita Jevtachov in 7th. And then we actually have a dropout driver in 8th position, so their car is being removed now by the marshal. Spencer Gent and Adrian Perez round out the top 10 from Falcon Motorsport and Kobe Motorsport respectively. And then the rest of your grid, 18 strong, is made of Barry Lakes, Nathan Lee, another dropout, Bright Osenweji, Adam Preston, Mark Pucksteve starting from 16th, one of our heat winners from earlier and our two-time reigning and defending heavyweight champion starting from the back of the grid. Dave Sumner, Rich Neal and Kyle Gaffney are your 17 karts for this one. You can see a couple of gaps where our dropout drivers have been. But we are about to get underway. Red lights on, visors are down. And we are underway for the third last heat of today, the penultimate heavyweight heat. and already the pole sitter has been crowded across by the number 19, it would seem. So it's been a consistent theme throughout, or the number 12 actually, sorry, of Matthew Baxter. So it would seem that the theme of the pole sitter not getting as good a start as second place is continuing throughout. If that continues to be a thing tomorrow, then we'll have to see if that's going to have any big effect on the finals. You may want to actually start in second rather than first. Not sure what characteristics of the track make starting second more advantageous. Big shout going up from the crowd. I think there's been a spinner coming through the downhill just out of the view of our cameras. It is Matthew Baxter who leads at the minute from Kieran Wakefield and Will Shevlin. Will in the very visible highlighter neon helmet and suit combo. And he immediately goes down the inside of Kieran Wakefield as well into turn number 2. So not only is he incredibly visible, seems to be absolutely desperate to get a move on in this race. As these drivers continue to make their way through lap number 2. The last few races we've seen the front couple of drivers break away immediately at the front. That doesn't seem to be the case for this one. Still quite a big group at the front. Will Shevlin being challenged for second position at the bottom of the hill. Not quite able to make that move was the number 9 of Kieran Wakefield, who actually gets a contact warning. He needs to make sure he doesn't get too many of those. Matthew Baxter needs to defend into turn 1, but he defends a bit too much, and Will Shevlin gets the cutback, manages to find a kart width on the inside of the track. Well, this has been an excellent couple of laps, opening laps of this race from the man in the highlighter suit. Be interesting to see. He's certainly been aggressive enough to get to the front of the field, but does he have the pace to break away and create a gap? Fastest man on track is actually the number 1 kart of Mark Puxty, down in 12th position. Two-time reigning champion and heat winner, keep an eye on him, but there's also a battle happening for first position as well, as the number 12 of Matthew Baxter had a look at the inside of Will Shevlin. Not quite able to make that move. Single file they come, utilising that slipstream. The number 30 of Adrian Perez in the Team 22 black, light blue and orange colours. As down the inside goes Matthew Baxter. Brilliant move, textbook move there from Baxter. Not a move you see done very, very often. You have to be super late on the brakes. But Will Shevlin has got the cutback on him, and now he is battling with Kieran Wakefield as they make their way through the chicane. Will Shevlin needs to make sure he doesn't get hung out to dry here on the outside of the downhill. Otherwise he's going to lose several positions. But that move from Matthew Baxter seems to have served him well. He's got a couple of kart lengths gap. See just how bright that same sun is at that far end of the track. Side by side for third position between Shevlin and the number 20 of Lewis Apalegi. Told you to keep an eye out for him. Fastest man on the track is Tom Davies, the man who started in 5th. He is currently in 7th, 51.2, but that is much faster than what these leaders are doing. Granted, they are battling. So after that excellent move at hairpin 1 last time out, Matthew Baxter leads, with Kieran Wakefield now bridging that gap. So those two with a little bit of a gap to those behind. And Kieran Wakefield's immediately going to try and take that position. All seemed fair there, left him away a kart's width on the outside. Nice respectful racing there. So a 2x2 from 2nd down to 5th, heading round Garda. Tell you what, it's very easy to see which one Will Shevlin is in the very, very bright suit and helmet. Those of you supporting him will have no trouble picking him out, as down the inside again goes, in fact, actually Lewis Apalegi is now up into the lead. I told you to keep an eye on him after the exceptional pace that he had in his stint earlier today, where he came from the back of the grid towards the front. In the Knight Rider-esque all-black suit and helmet. He's found his way to the front of this field. Now, can he do what Matthew Baxter and Kieran Wakefield seem unable to do, which is to try and break away at the front? fact, we're 2 by 2 as the number 17 of Kevin Francis wants to get involved as well, which is allowing our top 2 to break away. Approach the halfway point in this race. Will Shevlin keeping his foot pinned round the outside of Cafe Curve, all over the curve. As we're side by side again for the lead. Kieran Wakefield down the insides. Lewis tried to cover him off, but Kieran was too far alongside for him to close him off. So the number 20 of Lewis only keeping the race lead for a lap or so before Kieran Wakefield, who's probably been second behind several leaders so far in this race, is now having his turn at the front. Still battling happening further down the grid, but it seems like this train or this battle is starting to sort itself out with the faster drivers filtering their way through to the front. Several looks over each shoulder from Kieran. Lewis himself having a look to see where the number 7 of Kevin Francis is. Kevin Francis himself getting involved in this battle. Started 6th in this race. Currently holds the fastest lap as well of a 51.0, which is significantly faster than what anyone else has been able to do, although I think Kevin is probably one of the only drivers in this race who's had a lap with completely free air and not having to defend. Some battles happening further back, hand in the air for the number 12 of Matthew Baxter. He has not had a good few laps. In fact, I think he's gone from the race lead to all the way down to around 8th. So this will be a section of the race that he hopes to forget. Side by side further back between the 12 of Matthew Baxter and the 30 of Adrian Perez. This front 3 seems to have just broken away slightly. Will Shevlin still there in 4th place. But look who it is in the number 1 car who's managed to make his way all the way up to 5th place. Double reigning champion Mark Puxty. He's up 11 positions from 16th on the grid. In fact, I think Mark will have done all of his heat races by the time it comes to the end of today. If it keeps going as it is, he'll maybe be the only person to have guaranteed his spot in the A final before the end of the Saturday, which would certainly be something. Quite fitting as well, you'd have to say. Now down the inside goes Cavan in the 17. First making the move on Lewis in the 20, and then making the move on Kieran in the number 9, followed through by the number 5 of Will Shevlin. And just when we thought that this lead battle was starting to cool down, it hots right up again. So this battle for the lead now become a sort of train of 5, with Mark Puxty at the end of it. Mark with so much experience, he'll know how to make his way through this train. He'll know exactly where to position the car. Actually, this group of 5 has become a group of 6 now, as Dave Sumner has joined the party as well. Dave Sumner, a member of the British Deaf Karting Association, regularly frequents Daytona venues. So fantastic to see representation from the deaf karting team here. And a good drive actually from Dave as well. He's sort of just used Puxty to make his way up through the field. Started immediately behind Puxty. Has also gained approximately 12 places. But now it's Will Shevlin who's trying to fight his way towards the front of the field. Kevin Francis continues to lead. You'd have to say that any of this top 6 could still take this race win. And it might just come down to being in the right place at the right time in this one. Track limit warning for Mark Puxty. In fact, track limits warnings popping up on the screen for quite a lot of these drivers as they're pushing to the ragged edge. Puxty to the inside of hairpin 1. Up into 4th now. And Dave Sumner doing exactly as I said he was, just following Mark through on every single move that Puxty is making. You can see Sumner there, absolutely desperate to get a big overlap over over the number 9 of Kieran Wakefield. So there's going to be approximately 3 laps left of this race. The number 17 of Cameron Francis goes a bit wide. And Will Shevlin absolutely sent into Garda by the 20 of Lewis Apiegi. So it's these 3 out front. Puxty chasing behind. There's definitely enough time left in this race for this to become a 4-way battle. Some scraps for the minor places in the top 10, further behind. I believe that's between Sumner and Perez. Sumner actually losing a few places back down at the bottom of the circuit after following Puxty through, so not quite able to stick with him this time. It's probably the best opportunity that Will Shevlin has had so far when he's been following Cameron Francis. And now, as I predicted, this train has become a 4-way battle for the lead. Are they going to just squeeze in one more lap before the final lap board, or is it going to be final lap this time? No, it is final lap this time. So one more lap to go in this race. Could go the way of any of these 4 drivers. Cameron Francis needs to be very careful that he doesn't defend too much, because he's actually got the biggest gap back to the driver behind him of anyone in this train. And that's some very smart driving there from Francis in the 17. Not feeling the need to defend through the first sector of the lap. Will Shevlin a little bit stronger. Just getting a couple of hundredths. But Mark Puxty having a look for 3rd on Lewis Apiegi. It seems like the top 4 are going to stay as they are, as they round Garda for the final time in this heat. Well, it's been a pretty frenetic one, but Cameron Francis in the 17 is going to win heat number 14 at Kart Race of Champions, and he is absolutely delighted with that one, as has all of our race winners been so far. Will Shevlin in the neon suit holds on for 2nd position, just 0.2 of a second separating the top 2, and 0.6 of a second separating the top 4. After leading for a short stint, Lewis Apiegi in the 20 finishes in 3rd position. Mark Puxty 16th to 4th has pretty much, I think, booked his place in the A final, as I believe he has now done all 13 of his races. Sorry, all 3 of his races, I should say. Best lap of the race as well for Puxty of a 50.6. Kieran Wakefield in 5th, Tom Davies 6th, Adrian Perez in 7th, Matthew Baxter 8th, Dave Sumner got up to around 5th but back down to 9th as he crossed the line, and Rich Neal rounds out the top 10. The remainder of this 17 kart grid, 17 kart results I should say, comprised of Barry Lake, Spencer Gent, Bright Osemwiji, Nikita Jevtuchov, Kyle Gaffney, Nathan Lee and Adam Reston. Just 2 races left to go for today, 1 in each of these each of the weight categories, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes for the penultimate race of the day, heat number 15.
guys, we've got about 10 minutes before we get you into your car. So they took this down a little break from the start. So 10 minutes time, we'll get you into your car.
It's Ollie.
No, sorry, Alice. Yeah, but okay. They're all fun, but they're fueling them. So they're all good. When I had a cold one, it wasn't nice that much. You had 5 minutes.
5:30.
Oh, then he was on the bus. Which was then he won't have to wait for next to the bus. I don't know where he went. Like, if you get married, he won't show up. He will be in the wrong church.
Oh no, if they get married, they will be sacrificed.
I'll see you.
Well, here we go. After that short refueling break, we are about to get underway with the first of the last two heats of the day. One lightweight, one heavyweight, and a very jumbled up grid for this one. Let's run through the grid then. Darcy Batty starting on pole position for Kinetica Racing Purple with Paul McGuinness alongside her. Lawrence Cox and Johnny Pinder making up row number 2 with Megan Quirk and Mark Holden on row number 3. Jack Frey and Joshua Ball on row number 4 with Joseph Simcock and Dhruv Suji on row 5. The rest of the grid is made up of Tiago Banza, Michael Marison, Jake Everest, Ollie Smith, Dean Everest, Claudia Lance Jones, Peter Knight, Jerry Van Bussel and Alex Brazier. Jerry Van Bussel, one of our winners from earlier on today. So it'll be interesting to see the progress that he can make from second to last on the grid. I believe actually we've had a driver starting second being removed from the grid. So it seems like Darcy Batty hasn't got anyone alongside her on the front row, which she'll be very happy to see. Red lights are on. We're about to get underway for the second last heat of the day. Sun has firmly dipped behind the trees now, pretty much the entire track in shade. And we are underway for heat number 15. Good start from Darcy Batty, good start from Lawrence Cox behind as well. Those two lead into turn number 1. The Senna-inspired helmet of Lawrence Cox. He's going to immediately have a look at Darcy Batty. Darcy Batty defends into hairpin number 1. The Jamie Chadwick Series and Super Champs driver. Her partner is actually in the same race as this one, I believe. the number 25 of Joseph Simcox. So it'll be interesting to see how those two get on. There seems to be a fairly organised start from these lightweight drivers, especially towards the front. Lawrence Cox having a little look. Not quite able to get that move done. So Darcy continues to lead, and there's actually two women in the top three in this race, with Darcy and Megan Quirk making places up to third position. She started 5th on the grid. And now Darcy has been shuffled a little bit wide, and she's going to lose 1, 2, maybe even 3 places heading down into turn number 2. Goes a little bit wide as well through hairpin number 1. A little bit of argy-bargy further back in the pack as well. It is Lawrence Cox who leads this one ahead of Megan Quirk. Lawrence Cox, I should say, representing the Suck on My Exhaust team, which definitely wins my award for my favourite team name today. I always think we should have more fun team names, as we're 3 wide heading down towards the bottom of the hill. Not quite sure what happened there. They seem to be continuing to go 3 wides towards Garda. Simcox definitely involved in that one as well from 9th on the grid. Jake Everest making up positions from 13th. He's in that battle as well, with our top 2 of Lawrence Cox and Megan Quirk disappearing, it would seem, at the front of this grid. Ollie Smith as well, from 14th on the grid, has gained 11 places in just 2 minutes. So Ollie Smith, he was definitely aggressive in the first heat, and he seems to have continued on that form, the man who has previously finished in the top 3 overall at this event. Jake Everest as well, up several places from 13th on the grid. So those two definitely moving up together. Darcy's still giving a good account of herself in 5th position. Don't think she really expected to stay on pole position, but she's definitely up for some good points if she can remain in the top 5. Lawrence and Megan, these two both compete in Club 73. They do know each other, and they have raced each other plenty of times before, so it will be very, very interesting to see what kind of strategy they take. New fastest lap of the race for Megan Quirk, which was immediately replaced by 0.6 of a second by the number 17 of Ollie Smith. So Ollie Smith definitely the man on the move at the minute. And he's already gapped Jake Everest in 4th position by quite a significant margin. So the top 5 as they are. Darcy still in 5th place. Seems to be a bit of a cork in a bottle with Peter Knight, who we saw give such a good account of himself in an earlier heat. He's in 6th place, up from 17th, so he too has gained lots of positions, a huge amount of shuffling positions. It didn't actually seem that chaotic at the start of this race, but seems to have been a lot of chopping and changing, as we can hear the smash of a kart hitting the inside barrier as they go through Cafe Curve. I don't think that is going to result in anything though, maybe just a brush up against the barrier from the Coventry box. And now Lawrence Cox, not only under pressure from Megan Quirk, but is being joined on the scene from the 17 of Ollie Smith, whose actually best lap was just replaced by 100th or so of a second by Jake Everest in the number 22. So at the moment it stands these top 3, a little bit of a gap back to Everest in the 22, and Everest himself has a gap now back to Peter Knight, who has got that move done now on Darcy. But Peter Knight, a significant distance away from this top 4. So if these top 3 start battling, as we have seen through so many events, as Ollie Smith goes down the inside of Megan Quirk. Megan Quirk not really paying attention as to what's coming up her inside. Ollie Smith claiming that position. Very, very opportunistic move that, and nicely done. So Smith from 14th on the grid is now up to 2nd in less than 5 minutes. So Cox, who started on the 2nd row of the grid, will have his work cut out for him to keep a driver of Smith's calibre behind. And straight to the inside goes Smith. Beautifully worked move that one, got it stopped on the apex. Keeps the inside into Garda. Lawrence Cox gives him just enough room. Smith having to climb all over the curb. That's well driven actually from Lawrence to keep hold of that first position. What that means is that Jake Everest has now joined the party, so this threesome's now become a foursome. And Megan Quirk shuffled down to 4th position. And as Jake Everest was looking to shape for a move, Smith was shaping for a move on Cox in return. So these drivers chopping and changing. Still nose to tail as they head through the fast chicane. Ooh, a little bit of contact actually from Megan Quirk onto the back, or Jake Everest actually onto the back of Smith. Almost gave him enough momentum to challenge Lawrence going into the downhill. But is Ollie going to send it up the inside? Yes, he is. He's going to have a look. Very nicely worked move that from Smith. He's not quite going to have the momentum. That's actually going to leave him a little bit vulnerable from Everest and Quirk behind. Some very, very good racecraft from Smith here. Getting nice and late on the brakes. He's doing all the right things. I think that Lawrence needs to be a little bit more proactive in his defending if he wants to keep hold of this one. Jake Everest all over the curb through hairpin 1, trying to take the shortest distance possible. Lawrence trying to have a look around the outside. Not a move that typically works in these 4 strokes around this track. Can be done in the 2-stroke karts, like in Club 100. But these cars just don't quite have the instantaneous bottom end to carry that momentum. The key with these karts is about the speed carry and carrying momentum. Every 1/10 of a mile an hour you lose, especially through a corner like Garda that we're going through now, is going to be multiplied multiple times by the time you get up towards turn 1. Smith looking to the outside of Cox, which opens the door on the inside for Quirk. Cox having a look over his shoulder, heading into hairpin 1. Well, I complimented Smith's racecraft earlier in this race, but he's actually missed a trick there by letting Quirk get up the inside, but he's actually kept his foot in. And Quirk, you can tell, frustrated that she wasn't able to finish off that move. And Jake Everest saying, thank you very much, I have a free position. Side by side going down the hill. This would be absolutely outrageous from Smith if he were to pull this off. But he's not quite able to. He just had such a good run out of hairpin number 2. Fantastic battle between these 4. Down the inside goes Jake Everest. And in the background, Peter Knight, who started in 17th in this race, is gaining on this leading foursome with every single lap. There's still 4 minutes left to go in this race, and he's now coming into frame. It's definitely time for this 4-way to become a 5-way, as down the inside goes Ollie Smith. He gives Lawrence Cox the dummy. Fantastic move there from Cox, and actually an even better move from Jake Everest, just keeping on the racing line, taking the lead from Cox. Or from Smith, I should say. Cox didn't seem very happy about Smith's move, but perhaps that was more anger with himself. It was an excellent dummy pulled by Smith heading into hairpin 1. Some fantastic racecraft from the driver in kart number 17 so far in this race. But actually his success was a little bit his undoing, as Quirk goes for a bit of a rough move on Cox into Garda, which allows this top 2 to break away. All of a sudden, Peter Knight is now involved in this battle for 3rd as well. So we've got a 2-way battle for the lead, now a 3-way battle for 3rd as well. Top 2 as they were, but Quirk defending. Lawrence Cox trying to go around the outside. Peter Knight says, thank you very much, I'll have the inside line. And up into 4th place he goes. Cox dives to the inside. You can just tell that Cox is starting to get a little bit frustrated in this race. He thought he had it under control, but he's now down to 5th. Just making a couple of short-sighted moves, you'd have to say. Little look over the wrong shoulder for Everest, and down the inside goes Ollie Smith. What a move that is from the number 17. Minimal contact made with the 22. This has been one of the drives of the day so far from Ollie Smith, if he can keep hold of this. Some absolutely incredible racecraft from the driver who has finished runner-up in this event before. In fact, I believe he's finished runner-up on 3 different occasions, has Ollie Smith. So he's looking to make that one better this year. And if this performance is anything to go by, it'll definitely be a factor come the A final if he can get there. But Everest not losing sight of this battle for the lead. And actually a very well-driven race from Peter Knight as well. So our top 3 have come from 14th, 13th and 17th on the grid respectively. So some very, very important drives from these 3 drivers, the drivers in the top 3, in the context of their event. you're starting from the back of the grids, it's just all about damage limitation. And if you can get sort of into the top 5 from the back of the grid, you've done very, very well. If you can get to the front of the grid, well, you've done exceptionally. Jake Everest actually holds the fastest lap in this race with a 50.3. But these guys a few tenths of a second off, mainly due to their battling. I think they're probably going to get one more lap after this one. And down the inside goes Everest into the bottom of the hill. Nicely done, respect given. Slightly off the track goes Smith, but he keeps the position. Now, if you're going purely off of the textbook, then Smith was all 4 wheels off the track, but it seemed like Everest had conceded the position already. Final lap indeed for these two as they come across the line. Smith is going to be desperate to defend this position. Everest going for the cutback, side by side. Needs to try and place Smith where he wants him. Can he get the cutback? No, it's such a difficult move to do out of hairpin number 2. The exit speed for hairpin number 2 exactly within the optimal rev range for these karts, so difficult to get better momentum than your rival. Down the inside goes Smith. He makes big contact with, or down the inside goes Everest. He makes big contact with Smith. Oh, and just pit maneuvers him a little bit, and he acknowledges that that move wasn't really on. It was a bit of a half-hearted attempt into the final corner, but Ollie Smith from 14th on the grid is going to win the penultimate heat of the Saturday here at the Kart Race of Champions. Jake Everest from 13th finishes second, and Peter Knight gains 14 places from 17th on the grid and last in this race up to third. So Peter Knight in the number 1 kart will likely be very, very happy with that result. Cox and Quirk, they were battling between the two of them for the entirety of the race, but it was the number 30 of Lawrence Cox that managed to win out in the end. Quirk in 5th, and then there was a bit of a gap back to Michael Marison, who had a bit of a lonely race in 6th. Joseph Simcock in 7th, up a couple of positions. Dean Everest, 8th from 15th, up 7 positions, a respectable effort from him, with Dhruv Suji and Jack Frey rounding out the top 10. The rest of your 17 kart grid is made of Claudia Lance-Jones, Joshua Ball, Jerry Van Bussel, who had a difficult race this time round, Alex Brazier, Darcy Batty from pole all the way down to 15th. She'll be a little bit disappointed with that one. She'll be hoping that she could get a couple more points. Thiago Banza and Mark Holden round out your top, your 17 drivers. Well, we've just got one more race left of this Saturday for Kart Race of Champions. 15 heats down, 1 to go, and then we will reconvene tomorrow for the rest of this race's action. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Well, here we go as the darkness has truly set over the circuit. It is time for the final heat in the Saturday running of the 2025 Kart Race of Champions here at Butmore Park. Heat number 8 for the heavyweights. Let's see what the randomised grid has thrown us. So Dom Hughes-Clary of TRX fame starts on pole position with Jordan Bolton alongside him on the front row. Cale Simmons and Russell Shepherd make up row 2, and then we have a dropout and then Danny Everest on his own on row number 3. Nick Salzido and Stu Stretton start 7th and 8th with Andrew Spencer and Brian Atkins making up the rest of the top 10. John Price and Marco Grady on row 6 with Sean Pope and Reese McKenzie on row 7. Jonathan Wilson and Ben Pickard row 8. Bran van den Eyne and Tom Porter on row number 9. And then Paul Lifford, another TRX driver in his teal suit at the back of the grid. But we are underway now for the final heat of the Saturday here at the Kart Race of Champions. The first ever 2-day edition of this event, or 3 days if you count practice. But a pretty textbook start from the number 10 of Dom Hughes-Clary. But he's under a bit of pressure already from the number 5 of Russell Shepherd, who's made his way up from 4th on the grid all the way up into 2nd. Following a trend that we're seeing in several of these races where the top 2 or 3 are managing to get down the road in the first lap, whereas there seems to be a bit more battling behind. There's a school of thought that the worst place to start in these races is actually the middle as opposed to the back, because when you're at the back you can view everything that's going on in front of you. I can partly explain why some of these drivers have been able to make the progress that they have, is that they've just positioned themselves where everyone else isn't. So Dom Hughes-Clary leads Russell Shepherd as they cross the line. They have a pretty sizable gap, these two. About 1.2 seconds after just one lap. Lovely little cutback from the number 5 of Russell Shepherd. I didn't think he was going to get that one done, but lovely stuff from the number 5. That was a textbook cutback from the man in the black and bright blue suit. So he now leads. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of pace he has at the front of this field. Doesn't feel the need to go defensive into Garda. You can see that the 29 of Jordan Bolton has managed to solidify that 3rd place. Meanwhile, some battling further behind for 4th, 5th and 6th between Andy Spencer, Tom Porter and Ben Pickard. All of those drivers showcasing good race pace earlier on today. Reminder that this is the 2nd race or 3rd race for all of these drivers, so they have already raced today. So they'll have shaken off the rust now and they'll know exactly what they need to do in these races. The short answer of which is move forward. That is an absolutely outrageous cutback from the number 22 of Ben Pickard if he's actually got it done. Very, very difficult to make a move on the downhill. 2 drivers at the front of the field, Russell Shepherd and Dom Hughes-Clary, just communicating with each other. They seem to have made an agreement to work together here, which is very, very sensible from both of them. In fact, fastest up of the race last time round from Dom Hughes-Clary. 51.3 though, so we are expecting this to come down a little bit more. But it seems as though the track conditions have not had that much of an effect on the lap times. Despite it getting a little bit cooler, the best lap time in each race has stayed pretty consistent at about a mid-50 for the rest of this race. And down the inside goes the number 22 of Ben Pickard. He's been making some outrageous lunges so far in this race. And it seems to be paying off for him. He's found his way up into 3rd position. Russell Shepherd, to his credit, despite Dom Hughes-Clary holding the fastest up of this race, has started to break away a bit at the front. So Russell Shepherd set a new fastest up of the race, but that was replaced by Ben Pickard, who's now up into 3rd, from 14th on the grid. So Ben Pickard, he had a very strong opening heat. He's looking to add this one to it as well. But the difference in best lap between the top 4, less than 0.2 of a second. So you'd expect this gap to widen and close as they go through sections of the lap where each other are stronger and weaker. But with the pace of the top 4 being as similar as it is, very well might be the case that Shepherd and Hughes Clary have already done enough to secure a place in the top 2. Now, we had a race earlier today where the leader got into the lead and they just slowly edged away from second place. I believe that was also a heavyweight heat. Might we see something similar in this one? Once again, continuing the theme here of Kart Racing Champions this year, the lightweight race is all about racecraft and positioning yourself, as we saw in the excellent battle that we had. It was a 5-way battle at one point for the lead in the previous heat, the last lightweight one of the day. Whereas the heavyweight one seems to be a lot more about just getting the lap times down. Seems to be a little bit more of a field spread in terms of best lap time in the heavyweights. And that's why we see these races stretch out a bit. In fact, there doesn't seem to be many of these drivers who are going side by side at this point. They've all sort of stretched out into one long line. Just sort of see them in the background there. Well, there are a few going side by side into hairpin 1. One of the closest battles on the track is this battle for first and second. You'd have to wonder if Hughes Clary does catch up to Russell Shepherd, whether he will make that move immediately or not. Big last lap last time round from Ben Pickard in third. Took a good few tenths of a second out of the top 2. So there's still halfway to go in this heat. But when you're only gaining a couple of tenths a lap, even a gap of 3 seconds seems like a pretty monumental amount to gain back. And that's the gap there that you can see. Exaggerated, of course, by them going at top speed down the straight. But Ben Pickard there just in the background, setting another new fastest lap on that last lap. In fact, which was a whole second faster than these two in front. So Ben Pickard now, if he continues to pump in these lap times, he's just set another purple sector 1. A good 3 tenths alone just in that first sector taken out of this top 2. This race is not over yet, folks. Ben Pickard is definitely in the running for this race win. Special mention as well to Tom Porter, who's currently running in 4th position. Started from 16th on the grid. Pickard coming up from 14th on the grid, both of those two doing very well. Our current top 2 both starting in the top 4. Just going to show the difference between drivers who perhaps just don't quite have that elite pace, but who are just trying to hold on from a good random grid slot, as opposed to drivers who are setting fastest laps but who are starting from the back of the grid. 4.5 minutes left to go in this race. And Ben Pickard has set a new fastest lap for the last 3 laps in a row. 50.5 last time out, which is right up there with some of the lightweight best laps that we've seen this year. Or so far today, I should say. Now Ben Pickard is right on this fight for the lead. Is he going to have a look into turn 1? He does have a little look. Chooses better of it. And in fact, it looks like he's already got the slight overlap on him through turn 2 on Hughes Clary in the TRX teal suit. He's not going to hang around here, is Pickard. Immediately down the inside is the number 22. And that move, as we've seen, incredibly difficult to pull off, given the exit that the person being overtaken often gets by being on the outside. But such is the pace of Pickard that he's able to make that move. And now he's only got Russell Shepherd in front of him. These 3 being chased down as well by Tom Porter. Not quite got the pace of that Pickard has at this moment, but is lapping slightly faster than Russell Shepherd and Hughes Clary. And down the inside immediately goes Ben Pickard into turn 1, utilising that slipstream. Shepherd didn't really fight it that much. It's been a fantastic drive from the driver of kart number 22, has come all the way up from 14th in this race to the lead. And you would think by the pace that he's shown so far in this race that it's not really going to be challenged for the lead by these two drivers, all due respect. But you never know. It can always be that being overtaken by someone allows you to up your own pace as you see where you've been making mistakes or where you've been taking your line slightly wrong. So the key question is for this race now is, with Tom Porter in 4th, is there enough time left for him to catch up to this second and third battle? Because he is slightly faster than these two, however it is only by a couple of tenths a second per lap. So with 2 minutes left to go in this race, he might just run out of time to gain a couple more points towards his points tally for this event. Two minutes left to go on what has been a truly enthralling Saturday here at the Kart Race of Champions. Almost 300 drivers participating over the course of this weekend. And the Kart Race of Champions here, which has previously only ever been held over a single day, for the first time in its history is now being run over a Friday, Saturday and Sunday if you include the practice sessions on the Friday. The amount of finals going from 3 to 5 in each category, so it's going to be 10 finals overall tomorrow. Make sure you tune in, especially for tomorrow afternoon, because the finals are going to be furious racing, with at least the winners in each final being promoted to the final above them. But I think these drivers are going to squeeze in just one more lap here. Shepherd just having a little look over his shoulder to make sure he knows where Hughes Clary is. These two are not going to be caught by Tom Porter unless something dramatic happens in this last lap. But it is Pickard who has stretched out his lead. Final lap of the day. Battle for second is the one that we're really focusing on, but actually it looks like Shepherd has done a better job in the last few corners. He's been able to stretch out that advantage. It seems like Shepherd's slightly stronger first half of the lap. Hughes Clary slightly stronger in the second half. Both of them setting PB lap times last time round, pushing each other on. Hughes Clary actually setting a purple first and second sector, just losing it a little bit in the third sector on that last lap. Just goes to show the effect that having a slightly faster driver in front of you can have. Both of these drivers have upped their pace since being overtaken by Ben Pickard. But as they round Cafe Curve for the final time today, it is going to be Ben Pickard who wins the final heat, heat number 16 of the Saturday here at the 2025 edition of the Kart Race of Champions. Russell Shepherd finishes in second, a good conversion from 4th on the grid. Dom Hughes Clary in 3rd. Tom Porter, a slightly lonely race in 4th, and then a huge 10-second gap back to the likes of Jonathan Wilson, Andrew Spencer, Paul Lyford, Nick Salzido, Danny Everest and Mark O'Grady complete your top 10, although all of those drivers likely lost a huge amount of time by battling with each other. Those four at the front just able to push on. Those four, the top four, the only four in the entire grid to dip into the 50s. Best lap was at that 50.5 by Pickard. And of this 17-strong grid, the second page is made up of John Price, Sean Pope, Cale Simmons, Bran van den Eyne, Stu Stretton, Jordan Bolton and Brian Atkins completes your 17 kart strong grid. Well, that's everything for our Saturday here at the Kart Race of Champions. 16 heats done, 14 left to do tomorrow. And then after that, we have 10 finals, 5 in each category, where we will determine in the A final for each who will be our champion this year. Make sure you do not miss tomorrow. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing. But otherwise, that's all from me. I've been Jake Conlon, your commentator. Thank you to all the team here at Butmore Park and to Tapes Up Productions for running this live stream. And we will be back bright and early tomorrow morning. See you then. Bye-bye.